Chapter 31 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Renate. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 31. Mr. Herbert Linley. Of the friends and neighbors who had associated with Herbert Linley in bygone days, not more than 2 or 3 kept up their intimacy with him at the later time of his disgrace. Those few, it is needless to say, were men. One of the faithful companions, who had not shrunk from him yet, had just left the London hotel at which Linley had taken rooms for Sydney Westerfield and himself, in the name of Mr. and Mrs. Herbert. This old friend had been shocked by the change for the worse which he had perceived in the fugitive master of Mount Morven. Linley's stout figure of former times had fallen away, as if he had suffered under long illness. His healthy color had faded. He made an effort to assume the hardy manner that had once been natural to him, which was simply pitiable to see. After sacrificing all that makes life truly decent and truly enjoyable for a woman, he has got nothing, not even false happiness, in return. With that dreary conclusion, the retiring visitor descended the hotel steps and went his way along the street. Linley returned to the newspaper which he had been reading when his friend was shown into the room. Line by line he followed the progress of the law report, which informed its thousands of readers that his wife had divorced him, and had taken lawful possession of his child. Word by word he dwelt with morbid attention on the terms of crushing severity in which the Lord President had spoken of Sydney Westerfield and of himself. Sentence by sentence he read the reproof inflicted in the unhappy woman whom he had vowed to love and cherish. And then, even then, urged by his own self-tormenting suspicion, he looked for more. On the opposite page there was a leading article, presenting comments on the trial, written in the tone of lofty and virtuous regret, taking his wife's side against the judge, but declaring at the same time that no condemnation of the conduct of the husband and the governess could be too merciless, and no misery that might overtake them in the future more than they had deserved. He threw the newspaper on the table at his side, and thought over what he had read. If he had done nothing else, he had drained the bitter cup to the dregs. When he looked back, he saw nothing but the life that he had wasted. When his thoughts turned to the future, they confronted a prospect empty of all promise to a man still in the prime of life. Wife and child were as completely lost to him as if they had been dead. And it was the wife's doing. Had he any right to complain? Not the shadow of a right. As the newspaper said, he had deserved it. The clock roused him, striking the hour. He rose hurriedly and advanced toward the window. As he crossed the room, he passed by a mirror. His own sullen despair looked at him in the reflection of his face. She will be back directly, he remembered. She mustn't see me like this. He went on to the window to divert his mind, and so to clear his face, by watching the stream of life flowing by in the busy street. Artificial cheerfulness assumed love in Sydney's presence. That was what his life had come to already. If he had known that she had gone out seeking a temporary separation, with his fear of self-betrayal, if he had suspected that she, too, had thoughts which must be concealed, sad forebodings of losing her hold on his heart, terrifying suspicions that he was already comparing her to her own disadvantage with the wife whom he had deserted. If he had made these discoveries, what would the end have been? But she had thus far escaped the danger of exciting his distrust. That she loved him, he knew. That she had begun to doubt his attachment to her, he would not have believed, if his oldest friend had declared it on the best evidence. She had said to him that morning at breakfast, "There was a good woman who used to let lodging here in London, and who was very kind to me when I was a child." And she had asked leave to go to the house and inquire if that friendly landlady was still living, with nothing visible constrained in her smile, and with no faltering tone in her voice. It was not until she was out in the street that the telltale tears came into her eyes, and a bitter sigh broke from her, and mingled its little unheard misery with the grand rise and fall of the tumult of London life. While he was still at the window, he saw her crossing the street on her way back to him. She came into the room with her complexion heightened by exercise. She kissed him, and said with a pretty smile, "Have you been lonely without me?" Who would have supposed that the torment of distrust and the dread of desertion were busy at this woman's heart? He placed a chair for her, and seating himself by her side, asked if she felt tired. Every attention that she could wish for from the man whom she loved, offered with every appearance of sincerity and the surface. She met him halfway, and answered as if her mind was quite at ease. "No, dear, I'm not tired, but I'm glad to get back." "Did you find your old landlady still alive?" "Yes, but oh, so altered, poor thing. The struggle for life must have been a hard one, since I last saw her. She didn't recognize you, of course?" "Oh, no. She looked at me and my dress in great surprise, and said her lodging were hardly fit for a young lady like me. It was too sad. I said I had known her lodging well, many years ago, and, with that to prepare her, I told her who I was. Ah, it was a melancholy meeting for both of us. They burst out crying when I kissed her, and I had to tell her that my mother was dead, and my brother lost to me in spite of every effort to find him. I asked to go into the kitchen, thinking the change would be a relief to both of us. The kitchen used to be a paradise to me in those old days. It was so warm to a half-starved child, and I always got something to eat when I was there. You have no idea, Herbert, how poor and how empty the place looked to me now. I was glad to get out of it and go upstairs. There was a lumber room at the top of the house. I used to play in it all by myself. More changes met me the moment I opened the door. Changes for the better? My dear, it couldn't have changed for the worse. My dirty old playroom was cleaned and repaired, the lumber taken away, and a nice little bed in one corner. Some clerk in the city had taken the room. I shouldn't have known it again. But there was another surprise waiting for me, a happy surprise this time. In cleaning out the garret, what do you think the landlady found? Try to guess. Anything to please her, anything to make her think that he was as fond of her as ever. "Was it something you had left behind you," he said, "at the time when you lodged there?" "Yes, you are right at the first guess. A little memorial of my father. Only some torn, crumbled leaves from a book of children's song that he has used to teach me to sing, and a small packet of his letters, which my mother may have thrown aside and forgotten. See, I have brought them back with me. I mean to look over the letters at once. But this doesn't interest you?" "Indeed it does." He made that considerate reply mechanically, as if thinking of something else. She was afraid to tell him plainly that she saw this, but she could venture to say that he was not looking well. "I have noticed it for some time past," she confessed. "You have been accustomed to live in the country. I'm afraid London doesn't agree with you." He admitted that she might be right, still speaking absently, still thinking of the divorce. She laid the packet of letters and the poor relics of the old song-book on the table, and bent over him, tenderly, and a little timidly. She put her arms around his neck. "Let us try some purer air," she suggested. "The seaside might do you good, don't you think so?" "I dare say, my dear. Where shall we go?" "Oh, I'll leave that to you." "No, Sydney, it was I who proposed coming to London. You shall decide this time." She submitted, and promised to think of it. Leaving him with the first expression of trouble that had shown itself in her face, she took up the songs and put them into her pocket of her dress. On the point of removing the letters next, she noticed the newspaper on the table. "Anything interesting to-day?" she asked, and drew the newspaper toward her to look at it. He took it from her suddenly, almost roughly. The next moment he apologized for his rudeness. "There's nothing worth reading in the paper," he said, after begging her pardon. "You don't care about politics, do you?" Instead of answering, she looked at him attentively. The heightened color which told of recent exercise, healthy enjoyed, faded from her face. She was silent. She was pale. A little confused, he smiled uneasily. "Surely," he resumed, trying to speak gaily, "I haven't offended you?" "There is something in the newspaper," she said, "which you don't want me to read." He denied it, but he still kept the newspaper in his possession. Her voice sank low, her face turned paler still. "Is it all over?" she asked. "And is it put in the newspaper?" "What do you mean?" "I mean the divorce." He went back again to the window and looked out. It was the easiest excuse that he could devise for keeping his face turned away from her. She followed him. "I don't want to read it, Herbert. I only ask you to tell me if you are a free man again." Quiet as it was, her tone left him no alternative but to treat her brutally, or to reply. Still looking out at the street, he said, "Yes." "Free to marry, if you like?" she persisted. He said "yes" once more, and kept his face steadily turned away from her. She waited a while. He neither moved nor spoke. Surviving the slow death, little by little, of all her other illusions, one last hope had lingered in her heart. It was killed by that cruel look, fixed on the view of the street. "I try to think of a place that we can go to at the seaside." Having said those words, she slowly moved away to the door, and turned back, remembering the packet of letters. She took it up, paused, and looked toward the window. The street still interested him. She left the room. End of chapter 31. Recording by Renate.
Chapter 32 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Carwin. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 32. Miss Westerfield. She locked the door of her bedchamber and threw off her walking dress. Light as it was, she felt as if it would stifle her. Even the ribbon round her neck was more than she could endure, and breathe freely. Her overburdened heart found no relief in tears. In the solitude of her room she thought of the future. The dreary foreboding of what might be filled her with a superstitious dread from which she recoiled. One of the windows was open already. She threw up the other to get more air. In the cooler atmosphere her memory recovered itself. She recollected the newspaper that Herbert had taken from her. Instantly she rang for the maid. "Ask the first waiter you see downstairs for today's newspaper. Anyone will do, so long as I don't have to wait for it." The report of the divorce. She was in a frenzy of impatience to read what he had read. The report of the divorce. When her wish had been gratified, when she had read it from beginning to end, one vivid impression only was left on her mind. She could think of nothing but what the judge had said in speaking of Mrs. Linley. A cruel reproof, and worse than cruel, a public reproof, administered to the generous friend, the true wife, the devoted mother, and for what? For having been too ready to forgive the wretch who had taken her husband from her, and had repaid 100 acts of kindness by unpardonable ingratitude. She fell on her knees and tried wildly to pray for inspiration that should tell her what to do. "Oh God, how can I give that woman back the happiness of which I have robbed her?" The composing influence of prayer on a troubled mind was something that she had heard of. It was not something that she experienced now. An overpowering impatience to make the speediest and completest atonement possessed her. Must she wait till Herbert Linley no longer concealed that he was weary of her and cast her off? No, it should be her own act that parted them, and that did it at once. She threw open the door and hurried halfway down the stairs before she remembered the one terrible obstacle in her way, the divorce. Slowly and sadly she submitted and went back to her room. There was no disguising it. The two who had once been husband and wife were parted irrevocably by the wife's own act. Let him repent ever so sincerely, let him be ever so ready to return. Would the woman whose faith Herbert Linley had betrayed take him back? The divorce, the merciless divorce, answered no. She paused, thinking of the marriage that was now a marriage no more. The toilet table was close to her. She looked absently at her haggard face in the glass. What a lost wretch she saw! The generous impulses which other women were free to feel were forbidden luxuries to her. She was ashamed of her wickedness. She was eager to sacrifice herself for the good of the once dear friend whom she had wronged. Useless longings. Too late. Too late. She regretted it bitterly. Why? Comparing Mrs. Linley's prospects with hers, was there anything to justify regret for the divorced wife? She had her sweet little child to make her happy. She had a fortune of her own to lift her above sordid cares. She was still handsome, still a woman to be admired. While she held her place in the world as high as ever, what was the prospect before Sydney Westerfield? The miserable sinner would end as she deserved to end, absolutely dependent on a man who was at that moment, perhaps, lamenting the wife whom he had deserted and lost. How long would it be before she found herself an outcast, without a friend to help her, with a reputation hopelessly lost, face to face with the temptation to drown herself or poison herself, as other women had drowned themselves or poisoned themselves, when the brightest future before them was rest in death? If she had been a few years older, Herbert Linley might never again have seen her a living creature. But she was too young to follow any train of repellent thought persistently to its end. The man she had guiltily, and yet how naturally, loved, was lord and master in her heart, doubt him as she might. Even in his absence, she pleaded with her to have some faith in him still. She reviewed his language and his conduct toward her when she had returned that morning from her walk. He had been kind and considerate. He had listened to her little story of the relics of her father, found in the garret, as if her interests were his interests. There had been nothing to disappoint her, nothing to complain of, until she had rashly attempted to discover whether he was free to make her his wife. She had only herself to blame if he was cold and distant when she had alluded to that delicate subject, on the day when he first knew that the divorce had been granted and his child had been taken from him. And yet he might have found a kinder way of reproving a sensitive woman than looking into the street, as if he had forgotten her in the interest of watching the strangers passing by. Perhaps he was not thinking of the strangers. Perhaps his mind was dwelling fondly and regretfully on his wife. Instinctively she felt that her thoughts were leading her back to a state of doubt from which her youthful hopefulness recoiled. Was there nothing she could find to do which would offer some other subject to occupy her mind than herself and her future? Looking absently around the room, she noticed the packet of her father's letters placed on the table by her bedside. The first 3 letters that she examined, after untying the packet, were briefly written, and were signed by names unknown to her. They all related to race-horses and to cunningly devised bets, which were certain to make the fortunes of the clever gamblers on the turf who laid them. Absolute indifference on the part of the winners to the ruin of the losers, who were not in the secret, was the one feeling in common which her father's correspondence presented. In mercy to his memory, she threw the letters into the empty fireplace and destroyed them by burning. The next letter, which she picked out from the little heap, was of some length, and was written in a clear and steady hand. By comparison with the blotted scrawls which she had just burned, it looked like the letter of a gentleman. She turned to the signature. The strange surname struck her. It was Benedek, not a common name, and not a name which seemed to be altogether unknown to her. Had she heard her father mention it at home in the time of her early childhood? There were no associations with it that she could now call to mind. She read the letter. It addressed her father familiarly as "My dear Roderick," and it proceeded in these words: "The delay in the sailing of your ship offers me an opportunity of writing to you again. My last letter told you of my father's death. I was then quite unprepared for an event which was to happen since that affliction befell me. Prepare yourself to be surprised. Our old moated house at Sandyseal, in which we have spent so many happy holidays when we were schoolfellows, is sold. You will be almost as sorry as I was to hear this, and you will be quite as surprised as I was when I tell you that Sandyseal Place has become a priory of English nuns of the order of St. Benedict. I think I see you look up from my letter with your big black eyes staring straight before you, and say and swear that this must be one of my mystifications. Unfortunately, for I am fond of the old house in which I was born, it is only too true. The instructions in my father's will, under which Sandyseal has been sold, are peremptory. They are the result of a promise made many years since to his wife. You and I were both very young when my poor mother died, but I think you must remember that she, like the rest of her family, was a Roman Catholic. Having reminded you of this, I may next tell you that Sandyseal Place was my mother's property. It formed part of her marriage portion, and it was settled on my father if she died before him, and if she left no female child to survive her. I am her only child. My father was, therefore, dealing with his own property when he ordered the house to be sold. His will leaves the purchase money to me. I would rather have kept the house. But why did my mother make him promise to sell the place at his death? A letter attached to my father's will answers this question, and tells a very sad story. In deference to my mother's wishes, it was kept strictly a secret from me while my father lived. There was a younger sister of my mother's who was the beauty of the family, loved and admired by everybody who was acquainted with her. It is needless to make this long letter longer by dwelling on the girl's miserable story. You have heard it of other girls, over and over again. She loved and trusted, she was deceived and deserted. Alone and friendless in a foreign country, her fair fame blemished, her hope in the future utterly destroyed, she attempted to drown herself. This took place in France. The best of good women, a sister of charity, happened to be near enough to the river to rescue her. She was sheltered, she was pitied, she was encouraged to return to her family. The poor deserted creature absolutely refused. She could never forget that she had disgraced them. The good sister of charity won her confidence. A retreat which would hide her from the world and devote her to religion for the rest of her days was the one end to her wasted life that she longed for. That end was attained in a priory of Benedictine nuns, established in France. There she found protection and peace. There she passed the remaining years of her life among devoted sister friends, and there she died a quiet and even happy death. You will now understand how my mother's grateful remembrance associated her with the interests of more than one community of nuns, and you will not need to be told what she had in mind when she obtained my father's promise at the time of her last illness. He at once proposed to bequeath the house as a free gift to the Benedictines. My mother thanked him and refused. She was thinking of me. "If our son fails to inherit the house from his father," she said, "it is only right that he should have the value of the house in money. Let it be sold." So here I am, rich already, with this additional sum of money in my banker's care. My idea is to invest it in the funds, and to let it thrive at interest until I grow older, and retire perhaps from service in the Navy. The last years of my life may well be devoted to the founding of a charitable institution, which I myself can establish and direct. If I die first, oh, there's a chance of it. We may have a naval war, perhaps, or I may turn out one of those incorrigible madmen who risk their lives in Arctic exploration. In case of the worst, therefore, I shall leave the interest of my contemplated home in your honest and capable hands. For the present, good-bye, and a prosperous voyage outward bound." So the letter ended. Sidney dwelt with reluctant attention on the latter half of it. The story of the unhappy favourite of the family had its own melancholy and sinister interest for her. She felt the foreboding that it might, in some of its circumstances, be her story too, without the peaceful end. Into what community of merciful women could she be received in her sorest need? What religious consolation would encourage her penitence? What prayers, what hopes, would reconcile her on her deathbed to the common doom? She sighed as she folded up Captain Bennydeck's letter and put it in her bosom to be read again. If my lot had fallen among good people, she thought, perhaps I might have belonged to the church which took care of that poor girl. Her mind was still pursuing its own sad course of inquiry. She was wondering in what part of England Sandyseal might be. She was asking herself if the nuns at the old moated house ever opened their doors to women, whose one claim on their common Christianity was the claim to be pitied, when she heard Linley's footsteps approaching the door. His tone was kind, his manner was gentle, his tender interest in her seemed to have revived. Her long absence had alarmed him. He feared she might be ill. "I was only thinking," she said. He smiled and sat down by her, and asked if she had been thinking of the place that they should go to when they left London. End of Chapter 32. Recording by Marion Carwin, Oakland, California.
Chapter 33 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 33. Mrs. Romsey. The one hotel in Sandyseal was full, from the topmost story to the ground floor, and by far the larger half of the landlord's guests were invalids, sent to him by the doctors. To persons of excitable temperament, in search of amusement, the place offered no attractions. Situated at the innermost end of a dull little bay, Sandyseal, so far as any view of the shipping in the Channel was concerned, might have been built on a remote island in the Pacific Ocean. Vessels of any importance kept well out of the way of treacherous shoals and currents lurking at the entrance of the bay. The anchorage ground was good, but the depth of water was suited to small vessels only, to shabby old fishing smacks which seldom paid their expenses, and to dirty little coasters carrying coals and potatoes. At the back of the hotel, two slovenly rows of cottages took their crooked course inland. Sailing masters of yachts, off duty, sat and yawned at the windows. Lazy fishermen looked wearily at the weather over their garden gates, and superfluous coastguards gathered together in a wooden observatory and levelled useless telescopes at an empty sea. The flat open country, with its few dwarf trees and its mangy hedges, lay prostrate under the sky in all the desolation of solitary space, and left the famous restorative air free to build up dilapidated nerves, without an object to hinder its passage at any point of the compass. The lonely, drab-coloured road that led to the nearest town offered to visitors taking airings a view of a low brown object in the distance, said to be the convent in which the nuns lived, secluded from mortal eyes. At one side of the hotel the windows looked on a little wooden pier, sadly in want of repair. On the other side a walled enclosure accommodated yachts of light tonnage, stripped of their rigging and sitting solitary on a bank of mud until their owners wanted them. In this neighbourhood there was a small outlying colony of shops, one that sold fruit and fish, one that dealt in groceries and tobacco, one shut up with a bill in the window inviting a tenant, and one behind the Methodist chapel answering the double purpose of a post office and a storehouse for ropes and coals. Beyond these objects there was nothing, and this was the great charm of the place, to distract the attention of invalids following the doctor's directions, and from morning to night taking care of their health. The time was evening. The scene was one of the private sitting rooms in the hotel, and the purpose in view was a little tea party. Rich Mrs. Romsey, connected with commerce as wife of the chief partner in the firm of Romsey and Renshaw, was staying at the hotel in the interests of her 3 children. They were of delicate constitution. Their complete recovery after severe illness, which had passed from one to the other, was less speedy than had been anticipated, and the doctor had declared that the nervous system was, in each case, more or less in need of repair. To arrive at this conclusion, and to recommend a visit to Sandyseal, were events which followed each other, medically speaking, as a matter of course. The health of the children had greatly improved, the famous air had agreed with them, and the discovery of new playfellows had agreed with them. They had made acquaintance with Lady Myrie's well-bred boys, and with Mrs. Norman's charming little Kitty. The most cordial good feeling had established itself among the mothers. Owing a return for hospitalities received from Lady Myrie and Mrs. Norman, Mrs. Romsey had invited the 2 ladies to drink tea with her, in honour of an interesting domestic event. Her husband, absent on the Continent for some time past on business connected with his firm, had returned to England, and had that evening joined his wife and children at Sandyseal. Lady Myrie had arrived, and Mr. Romsey had been presented to her. Mrs. Norman, expected to follow, was represented by a courteous note of apology. She was not well that evening, and she begged to be excused. "This is a great disappointment," Mrs. Romsey said to her husband. "You would have been charmed with Mrs. Norman. Highly bred, accomplished, a perfect lady. And she leaves us to morrow. The departure will not be an early one, and I shall find an opportunity, my dear, of introducing you to my friend and her sweet little Kitty." Mr. Romsey looked interested for a moment when he first heard Mrs. Norman's name. After that he slowly stirred his tea and seemed to be thinking, instead of listening to his wife. "Have you made the lady's acquaintance here?" he inquired. "Yes, and I hope I have made a friend for life," Mrs. Romsey said with enthusiasm. "And so do I," Lady Myrie added. Mr. Romsey went on with his inquiries. "Is she a handsome woman?" Both the ladies answered the question together. Lady Myrie described Mrs. Norman in one dreadful word, as classical. By comparison with this, Mrs. Romsey's reply was intelligible. Not even illness can spoil her beauty." "Including the headache she has got to-night?" Mr. Romsey suggested. "Don't be ill-natured, dear. Mrs. Norman is here by the advice of one of the first physicians in London. She has suffered under serious troubles, poor thing." Mr. Romsey persisted in being ill-natured. "Connected with her husband?" he asked. Lady Myrie entered a protest. She was a widow, and it was notorious among her friends that the death of her husband had been the happiest event in her married life. But she understood her duty to herself as a respectable woman. "I think, Mr. Romsey, you might have spared that cruel allusion," she said with dignity. Mr. Romsey apologized. He had his reasons for wishing to know something more about Mrs. Norman. He proposed to withdraw his last remark, and to put his inquiries under another form. Might he ask his wife if anybody had seen Mr. Norman? No. Or heard of him? Mrs. Romsey answered in the negative once more, and added a question on her own account. What did all this mean? "It means," Lady Myrie interposed, "what we poor women are all exposed to, scandal." She had not yet forgiven Mr. Romsey's allusion, and she looked at him pointedly as she spoke. There are some impenetrable men on whom looks produce no impression. Mr. Romsey was one of them. He turned to his wife and said quietly, "What I mean is, that I know more of Mrs. Norman than you do. I have heard of her, never mind how or where. She is a lady who has been celebrated in the newspapers. Don't be alarmed. She is no less a person than the divorced Mrs. Linley." The two ladies looked at each other in blank dismay. Restrained by a sense of conjugal duty, Mrs. Romsey only indulged in an exclamation. Lady Myrie, independent of restraint, expressed her opinion, and said, "Quite impossible." "The Mrs. Norman whom I mean," Mr. Romsey went on, "has, as I have been told, a mother living. The old lady has been twice married. Her name is Mrs. Presty." This settled the question. Mrs. Presty was established in her own proper person, with her daughter and grandchild at the hotel. Lady Myrie yielded to the force of evidence. She lifted her hands in horror. "This is too dreadful!" Mrs. Romsey took a more compassionate view of the disclosure. "Surely the poor lady is to be pitied," she gently suggested. Lady Myrie looked at her friend in astonishment. "My dear, you must have forgotten what the judge said about her. Surely you read the report of the case in the newspapers?" "No, I heard of the trial, and that's all. What did the judge say?" "Say?" Lady Myrie repeated. "What did he not say? His lordship declared that he had a great mind not to grant the divorce at all. He spoke of this dreadful woman, who has deceived us, in the severest terms. He said she had behaved in a most improper manner. She had encouraged the abominable governess, and if her husband had yielded to temptation, it was her fault. And more besides that I don't remember." Mr. Romsey's wife appealed to him in despair. "What am I to do?" she asked helplessly. "Do nothing," was the wise reply. "Didn't you say she was going away to-morrow?" "That's the worst of it. Mrs. Romsey declared. "Her little girl Kitty gives a farewell dinner to morrow to our children, and I've promised to take them to say good bye." Lady Myrie pronounced sentence without hesitation. "Of course your girls mustn't go. Daughters! Think of their reputations when they grow up." "Are you in the same scrape with my wife?" Mr. Romsey asked. Lady Myrie corrected his language. "I have been deceived in the same way," she said. "Though my children are boys, which perhaps makes a difference, I feel it is my duty as a mother not to let them get into bad company. I do nothing myself in an underhand way. No excuses. I shall send a note and tell Mrs. Norman why she doesn't see my boys to morrow." "Isn't that a little hard on her?" said merciful Mrs. Romsey. Mr. Romsey agreed with his wife on grounds of expediency. "Never make a row if you can help it," was the peaceable principle to which this gentleman committed himself. "Send word that the children have caught colds, and get over it in that way." Mrs. Romsey looked gratefully at her admirable husband. "Just the thing," she said with an air of relief. Lady Myrie's sense of duty expressed itself with the strictest adherence to the laws of courtesy. She rose, smiled resignedly, and said good night. Almost at the same moment, innocent little Kitty astonished her mother and her grandmother by appearing before them in her nightgown, after she had been put to bed nearly 2 hours since. "What will this child do next?" Mrs. Presty exclaimed. Kitty told the truth. "I cannot go to sleep, grandmamma." "Why not, my darling?" her mother asked. "I am so excited, mamma." "About what, Kitty?" "About my dinner party to morrow." "Oh!" said the child, clasping her hands earnestly as she thought of her playfellows. "I do so hope it will go off well." Chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 34. Mrs. Presty. Belonging to the generation which has lived to see the age of hurry, and has no sympathy with it, Mrs. Presty entered the sitting room at the hotel 2 hours before the time that had been fixed for leaving Sandyseal, with her mind at ease on the subject of her luggage. "My boxes are locked, strapped and labelled. I hate being hurried. What's that you're reading?" she asked, discovering a book on her daughter's lap, and a hasty action on her daughter's part which looked like trying to hide it. Mrs. Norman made the most common, and, where the object is to baffle curiosity, the most useless of prevaricating replies. When her mother asked her what she was reading, she answered, "Nothing." "Nothing?" Mrs. Presty repeated, with an ironical assumption of interest. "The work of all others, Catherine, that I most want to read." She snatched up the book, opened it at the first page, and discovered an inscription in faded ink which roused her indignation. "To dear Catherine, from Herbert, on the anniversary of our marriage." What intended mockery in those words, read by the latter light of the divorce! "Well, this is mean," said Mrs. Presty. "Keeping that wretch's present, after the public exposure which he has forced on you. Oh, Catherine!" Catherine was not quite so patient with her mother as usual. "Keeping my best remembrance of happy time of my life," she answered. "Misplaced sentiment," Mrs. Presty declared. "I shall put the book out of the way. Your brain is softening, my dear, under the influence of the stupefying place." Catherine asserted her own opinion against her mother's opinion, for the second time. "I have recovered my health at Sandyseal," she said. "I like the place, and I am sorry to leave it. Give me the shop windows, the streets, the life, the racket, and the smoke of London!" cried Mrs. Presty. "Thank heaven! These rooms are let over our heads, and out we must go, whether we like it or not." This expression of gratitude was followed by a knock at the door, and a voice outside asking leave to come in, which was, beyond all doubt, the voice of Randall Linley. With Catherine's book still in her possession, Mrs. Presty opened the table drawer, threw it in, and closed the drawer with a bang. Discovering the two ladies, Randall stopped in the doorway, and stared at them in astonishment. "Didn't you expect to see us?" Mrs. Presty inquired. "I heard you were here, from our friend Sarrazin," Randall replied. "But I expected to see Captain Bennydeck. Have I mistaken the number? Surely these are his rooms?" Catherine attempted to explain. "They were Captain Bennydeck's rooms," she began, "but he was so kind, although we are perfect strangers to him—" Mrs. Presty interposed. "My dear Catherine, you have not had any advantages. You have not been taught to make a complicated statement in few words. Permit me to seize the points, in the late Mr. Presty's style, and to put them in the strongest light. This place, Randall, is always full, and we didn't write long enough beforehand to secure rooms. Captain Bennydeck happened to be downstairs when he heard that we were obliged to go away, and that one of us was a lady in delicate health. The sweetest of men sent us word that we were welcome to take his rooms, and he would sleep on board his yacht, conduct worthy of Sir Charles Grandison himself. When I went downstairs to thank him, he was gone, and here we have been for nearly 3 weeks, sometimes seeing the captain's yacht, but, to our great surprise, never seeing the captain himself." "There is nothing to be surprised at, Mrs. Presty. Captain Bennydeck likes doing kind things, and hates being thanked for it. I expected him to meet me here today." Catherine went to the window. "He is coming to meet you," she said. "There is his yacht in the bay." "And in a dead calm," Randall added, joining her. "The vessel will not get here before I am obliged to go away again." Catherine looked at him timidly. "Do I drive you away?" she asked, in tone that faltered a little. Randall wondered what she could possibly be thinking of, and acknowledged it in so many words. "She is thinking of the divorce," Mrs. Presty explained. "You have heard of it, of course, and perhaps you take your brother's part?" "I do nothing of that sort, ma'am. My brother has been in the wrong from the first to last." He turned to Catherine. "I will stay with you as long as I can, with greatest pleasure," he said earnestly and kindly. "The truth is, I am on my way to visit some friends, and if Captain Bennydeck had got here in time to see me, I must have gone away to the junction to catch the next train westward, just as I am going now. I had only 2 words to say to the captain, about a person in whom he is interested, and I can say them in this way." He wrote in pencil on one of his visiting cards, and laid it on the table. "I shall be back in London in a week," he resumed, "and you will tell me at what address I can find you. In the meanwhile, I miss Kitty. Where is she?" Kitty was sent for. She entered the room looking unusually quiet and subdued, but, discovering Randall, became herself again in a moment, and jumped on his knee. "Oh, Uncle Randall, I am so glad to see you!" She checked herself, and looked at her mother. "May I call him Uncle Randall?" she asked. "Or has he changed his name too?" Mrs. Presty shook a warning forefinger at her granddaughter, and reminded Kitty that she had been told not to talk about names. Randall saw the child's look of bewilderment, and felt for her. "She may talk as she pleases to me," he said, "but not to strangers. She understands that, I am sure." Kitty laid her cheek fondly against her uncle's cheek. "Everything is changed," she whispered. We travel about. Papa has left us, and Sid has left us, and we have got a new name. We are Norman now. I wish I was grown up and old enough to understand it." Randall tried to reconcile her to her own happy ignorance. "You've got your dear good mother," he said, "and you've got me, and you've got your toys." "And some nice boys and girls to play with," cried Kitty, eagerly following the new suggestion. "They are all following here directly to dine with me. You will stay and have dinner too, won't you?" Randall promised to dine with Kitty when they met in London. Before he left the room, he pointed to his card on the table. "Let my friend see that message," he said, as he went out. The moment the door had closed on him, Mrs. Presty startled her daughter by taking up the card, and looking at what Randall had written on it. "It isn't a letter, Catherine, and you know how superior I am to common prejudices." With that defense of her proceeding, she coolly read the message. "I am sorry to say that I can tell you nothing more of your old friend's daughter as yet. I can only repeat that she neither needs nor deserves the help that you kindly offered to her." Mrs. Presty laid the card down again, and owned that she wished Randall had been a little more explicit. Who can it be, she wondered? Another young hussy gone wrong? Kitty turned to her mother with a look of alarm. "What's a hussy?" she asked. "Does grandmamma mean me?" The great hotel clock in the hall struck 2, and the child's anxieties took a new direction. "Isn't it time my friends came to see me?" she said. It was half an hour past the time. Catherine proposed to send Lady Maria and Mrs. Romsey, and inquire if anything had happened to cause the delay. As she told Kitty to ring the bell, the waiter came in with 2 letters addressed to Mrs. Norman. Mrs. Presty had her own ideas, and drew her own conclusions. She watched Catherine attentively. When Kitty observed that her mother's face grew paler and paler as she read the letters. "You look as if you are frightened, mamma." There was no reply. Kitty began to feel so uneasy on the subject of her dinner and her guests, that she actually ventured on putting a question to her grandmother. "Will they be long, do you think, before they come?" she asked. The old lady's worldly wisdom had passed, by this time, from a state of suspicion to a state of certainty. "My child," she answered, "they won't come at all." Kitty ran to her mother, eager to inquire if what Mrs. Presty had told her could possibly be true. Before a word had passed her lips, she shrank back, too frightened to speak. Never in her little experience had she been startled by such a look in her mother's face as the look that confronted her now. For the first time Catherine saw her child trembling at the sight of her. Before that discovery, the emotions that shook her under the insult which she had received lost their hold. She caught up Kitty in her arms. "My darling, my angel, it isn't you I am thinking of. I love you. I love you. In the whole world there isn't such a good child, such a sweet, lovable, pretty child as you are. Oh, how disappointed she looks! She is crying. Don't break my heart. Don't cry." Kitty held up her head and cleared her eyes with a dash of her hand. "I won't cry, mamma." And child as she was as good as her word. Her mother looked at her and burst into tears. Perversely reluctant, the better nature that was in Mrs. Presty rose to the surface, forced to show itself. "Cry, Catherine," she said kindly. "It will do you good. Leave the child to me." With a gentleness that astonished Kitty, she led her little granddaughter to the window, and pointed to the public walk in front of the house. "I know what will comfort you," the wise old woman began. "Look out of the window." Kitty obeyed. "I don't see my little friends coming," she said. Mrs. Presty still pointed to some object on the public walk. "That's better than nothing, isn't it?" she persisted. "Come with me to the maid. She shall go with you and take care of you." Kitty whispered, "May I give mamma a kiss first?" Sensible Mrs. Presty delayed the kiss for a while. "Wait till you come back, and then you can tell your mamma what a treat you have had." Arrived at the door on their way out, Kitty whispered again, "I want to say something." "Well, what is it?" "Will you tell the donkey boy to make him gallop?" I will tell the boy he shall have sixpence if you are satisfied, and you will see what he does then." Kitty looked up earnestly in her grandmother's face. "What a pity it is you are not always like what you are now," she said. Mrs. Presty actually blushed. End of chapter 34. Recording by Lambda.
Chapter 35 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 35. Captain Bennydeck. For some time Catherine and her mother had been left together undisturbed. Mrs. Presty had read and destroyed the letters of Lady Myrie and Mrs. Romsey with the most unfeigned contempt, for the writers had repeated what the judge had really said, as distinguished from Lady Myrie's malicious version of it, and she had expressed her intention of giving Catherine a word of advice when she was sufficiently composed to profit by it. "You have recovered your good looks after that fit of crying," Mrs. Presty admitted, "but not your good spirits. What is worrying you now?" "I can't help thinking of poor Kitty." "My dear, the child wants nobody's pity. She is blowing away all her troubles by a ride in the fresh air on the favourite donkey that she feeds every morning. Yes, yes, you needn't tell me you are in a false position, and nobody can deny that it's shameful to make the child feel it. Now, listen to me. Properly understood, those two spiteful women have done you a kindness. They have as good as told you how to protect yourself in the time to come. Deceive the vile world, Catherine, as it deserves to be deceived. Shelter yourself behind a respectable character that will spare you these insults in the future." In the energy of her conviction, Mrs. Presty struck her fist on the table, and finished in 3 audacious words: "Be a widow." It was plainly said, and yet Catherine seemed to be at a loss to understand what her mother meant. "Don't doubt about it," Mrs. Presty went on. "Do it. Think of Kitty if you won't think of yourself. In a few years more she will be a young lady. She may have an offer of marriage which may be everything we desire. Suppose her sweetheart's family is a religious family, and suppose your divorce and the judge's remarks on it are discovered. What will happen then?" "Is it possible that you are in earnest?" Catherine asked. "Have you seriously thought of the advice that you are giving me? Setting aside the deceit, you know as well as I do that Kitty would ask questions. Do you think I can tell my child that her father is dead? A lie, and such a dreadful lie as that!" "Nonsense!" said Mrs. Presty. "Nonsense!" Catherine repeated indignantly. "Rank nonsense!" her mother persisted. "Hasn't your situation forced you to lie already? When the child asks why her father and her governess have left us, haven't you been obliged to invent excuses which are lies? If the man who was once your husband isn't as good as dead to you, I should like to know what your divorce means. My poor dear, do you think you can go on as you're going on now? How many thousands of people have read the newspaper account of the trial? How many hundreds of people interested in a handsome woman like you, will wonder why they never see Mr. Norman. What? You will go abroad again? Go where you may, you will attract attention. You will make an enemy of every ugly woman who looks at you. Strain at a gnat, Catherine, and swallow a camel. It's only a question of time. Sooner or later you will be a widow. Here's the waiter again. What does the man want now?" The waiter answered by announcing, "Captain Bennydeck." Catherine's mother was nearer to the door than Catherine. She attracted the captain's attention first. He addressed his apologies to her. "Pray excuse me for disturbing you." Mrs. Presty had an eye for a handsome man, irrespective of what his age might be. In the language of conjurers, a magic change appeared in her. She became brightly agreeable in a moment. "Oh, Captain Bennydeck, you mustn't make excuses for coming into your own room." Captain Bennydeck went on with his excuses, nevertheless. "The landlady tells me that I have unluckily missed seeing Mr. Randall Linley, and that he has left a message for me. I shouldn't otherwise have ventured—" Mrs. Presty stopped him once more. The captain's claim to the captain's rooms was the principle on which she took her stand. She revived the irresistible smiles which had conquered Mr. Norman and Mr. Presty. "No ceremony, I beg and pray. You are at home here. Take the easy chair." Catherine advanced a few steps. It was time to stop her mother, if the thing could be done. She felt just embarrassment enough to heighten her colour, and to show her beauty to the greatest advantage. It literally staggered the captain the moment he looked at her. His customary composure as a well-bred man deserted him. He bowed confusedly. He had not a word to say. Mrs. Presty seized her opportunity, and introduced them to each other. "My daughter, Mrs. Norman, Captain Bennydeck." Compassionating him under the impression that he was a shy man, Catherine tried to set him at his ease. "I am indeed glad to have an opportunity of thanking you," she said, inviting him by a gesture to be seated. "In this delightful air I have recovered my health, and I owe it to your kindness." The captain regained his self-possession. Expressions of gratitude had been addressed to him which, in his modest estimate of himself, he could not feel that he had deserved. "You little know," he replied, "under what interested motives I have acted. When I established myself in this hotel, I was fairly driven out of my yacht by a guest who went sailing with me." Mrs. Presty became deeply interested. "Dear me! What did he do?" Captain Bennydeck answered gravely, "He snored." Catherine was amused. Mrs. Presty burst out laughing. The captain's dry humour asserted itself as quaintly as ever. "This is no laughing matter," he resumed, looking at Catherine. "My vessel is a small one. For 2 nights the awful music of my friend's nose kept me sleepless. When I woke him and said, 'Don't snore,' he apologized in the sweetest manner and began again. On the 3rd day I anchored in the bay here, determined to get a night's rest on shore. A dispute about the price of these rooms offered them to me. I sent a note of apology on board, and slept peacefully. The next morning my sailing master informed me that there had been what he called a little swell in the night. He reported the sounds made by my friend on this occasion to have been the awful sounds of seasickness. "The gentleman left the yacht, sir, the first thing this morning," he said, "and he's gone home by railway. On the day when you happened to arrive, my cabin was my own again, and I can honestly thank you for relieving me of my rooms. Do you make a long stay, Mrs. Norman?" Catherine answered that they were going to London by the next train. Seeing Randal's card still unnoticed on the table, she handed it to the captain. "Is Mr. Linley an old friend of yours?" he asked, as he took the card. Mrs. Presty hastened to answer in the affirmative for her daughter. It was plain that Randal had discreetly abstained from mentioning his true connection with them. Would he preserve the same silence if the captain spoke of his visit to Mrs. Norman when he and his friend met next? Mrs. Presty's mind might have been at ease on that subject if she had known how to appreciate Randal's character and Randal's motives. The same keen sense of the family disgrace which had led him to conceal from Captain Bennydeck his brother's illicit relations with Sydney Westerfield had compelled him to keep secret his former association as brother-in-law of the divorced wife. Her change of name had hitherto protected her from discovery by the captain, and would in all probability continue to protect her in the future. The good Captain Bennydeck had been enjoying himself at sea when the divorce was granted, and when the newspapers reported the proceedings. He rarely went to his club, and he never associated with persons of either sex to whom gossip and scandal are the breath of their lives. Ignorant of these circumstances, and remembering what had happened on that day, Mrs. Presty looked at him with some anxiety on her daughter's account, while he was reading the message on Randal's card. There was little to see. His fine face expressed a quiet sorrow, and he sighed as he put the card back in his pocket. An interval of silence followed. Captain Bennydeck was thinking over the message which he had just read. Catherine and her mother were looking at him with the same interest, inspired by very different motives. The interview, so pleasantly begun, was in some danger of lapsing into formality and embarrassment when a new personage appeared on the scene. Kitty had returned in triumph from her ride. "Mamma, the donkey did more than gallop, he kicked, and I fell off. Oh, I'm not hurt!" cried the child, seeing the alarm in her mother's face. "Tumbling off is such a funny sensation. It isn't as if you fell on the ground. It's as if the ground came up to you and said, 'Bump.'" She had got as far as that when the progress of her narrative was suspended by the discovery of a strange gentleman in the room. The smile that brightened the captain's face when Kitty opened the door answered for him as a man who loved children. "Your little girl, Mrs. Norman?" he said. "Yes." A common question and a common reply. Nothing worth noticing in either the one or the other at the time, and yet they proved to be important enough to turn Catherine's life into a new course. In the meanwhile, Kitty had been whispering to her mother. She wanted to know the strange gentleman's name. The captain heard her. "My name is Bennydeck," he said. "Will you come to me?" Kitty had heard the name mentioned in connection with a yacht. Like all children, she knew a friend the moment she looked at him. "I've seen your pretty boat, sir," she said, crossing the room to Captain Bennydeck. "Is it very nice when you go sailing?" "If you were not going back to London, my dear, I should ask your mamma to let me take you sailing with me. Perhaps we shall have another opportunity." The captain's answer delighted Kitty. "Oh yes, to-morrow or next day," she suggested. "Do you know where to find me in London? Mamma, where do I live when I'm in London?" Before her mother could answer, she hit on a new idea. "Don't tell me. I'll find it for myself. It's on grandmamma's boxes, and they're in the passage." Captain Bennydeck's eyes followed her as she left the room, with an expression of interest which more than confirmed the favourable impression that he had already produced on Catherine. She was on the point of asking if he was married and had children of his own, when Kitty came back and declared the right address to be Buck's Hotel, Sydenham. "Mamma puts things down for fear of forgetting them," she added. "Will you put down Buck?" The captain took out his pocket-book and appealed pleasantly to Mrs. Norman. "May I follow your example?" he asked. Catherine not only humoured the little joke, but gratefully remembering his kindness, said, "Don't forget, when you are in London, that Kitty's invitation is my invitation too." At the same moment punctual Mrs. Presty looked at her watch, and reminded her daughter that railways were not in the habit of allowing passengers to keep them waiting. Catherine rose and gave her hand to the captain at parting. Kitty improved on her mother's form of farewell. She gave him a kiss and whispered a little reminder of her own. "There's a river in London. Don't forget your boat." Captain Bennydeck opened the door for them, secretly wishing that he could follow Mrs. Norman to the station and travel by the same train. Mrs. Presty made no attempt to remind him that she was still in the room. Where her family interests were concerned, the old lady was capable, on very slight encouragement, of looking a long way into the future. She was looking into the future now. The captain's social position was all that could be desired. He was evidently in easy pecuniary circumstances. He admired Catherine and Catherine's child. If he only proved to be a single man, Mrs. Presty's prophetic soul, without waiting an instant to reflect, perceived a dazzling future. Captain Bennydeck approached to take leave. "Not just yet," pleaded the most agreeable of women. "My luggage was ready 2 hours ago. Sit down again for a few minutes. You seem to like my little granddaughter." "If I had such a child as that," the captain answered, "I believe I should be the happiest man living." "Ah, my dear sir, all isn't gold that glitters," Mrs. Presty remarked. "That proverb must have been originally intended to apply to children. May I presume to make you the subject of a guess? I fancy you are not a married man." The captain looked a little surprised. "You are quite right," he said. "I have never been married." At a later period Mrs. Presty owned that she felt an inclination to reward him for confessing himself to be a bachelor by a kiss. He innocently checked that impulse by putting a question. "Had you any particular reason," he asked, "for guessing that I was a single man?" Mrs. Presty modestly acknowledged that she had only her own experience to help her. "You wouldn't be quite so fond of other people's children," she said, "if you were a married man." "Ah, your time will come yet. I mean your wife will come." He answered this sadly. "My time has gone by. I have never had the opportunities that have been granted to some favoured men." He thought of the favoured man who had married Mrs. Norman. Was her husband worthy of his happiness? "Is Mr. Norman with you at this place?" the captain asked. Serious issues depended on the manner in which this question was answered. For one moment, and for one moment only, Mrs. Presty hesitated. Then, in her daughter's interest, of course, she put Catherine in the position of a widow, in the least blamable of all possible ways, by honestly owning the truth. "There is no Mr. Norman," she said. "Your daughter is a widow!" cried the captain, perfectly unable to control his delight at that discovery. "What else should she be?" Mrs. Presty replied facetiously. What indeed? If no Mr. Norman meant, as it must surely mean, that Mr. Norman was dead, and if the beautiful mother of Kitty was an honest woman, her social position was beyond a doubt. Captain Bennydeck felt a little ashamed of his own impetuosity. Before he had made up his mind what to say next, the unlucky waiter, doomed to be a cause of disturbance on that day, appeared again. "I beg your pardon, mum," he said. "The lady and gentleman who have taken these rooms have just arrived." Mrs. Presty got up in a hurry, and cordially shook hands with the captain. Looking round, she took up the railway guide and her knitting, left on the table. Was there anything else left about? There was nothing to be seen. Mrs. Presty crossed the passage to her daughter's bedroom to hurry the packing. Captain Bennydeck went downstairs on his way back to the yacht. In the hall of the hotel he passed the lady and gentleman, and of course noticed the lady. She was little and dark, and would have been pretty if she had not looked ill and out of spirits. What would he have said, what would he have done, if he had known that those two strangers were Randall Linley's brother and Roderick Westerfield's daughter? End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 36. Mr. and Mrs. Herbert. The stealthy influence of distrust fastens its hold on the mind by slow degrees. Little by little it reaches its fatal end, and disguises delusion successfully under the garb of truth. Day after day the false conviction grew on Sydney's mind that Herbert Linley was comparing the life he led now with the happier life which he remembered at Mount Morven. Day after day her unreasoning fear contemplated the time when Herbert Linley would leave her friendless in the world that had no place in it for women like herself. Delusion, fatal delusion, that looked like truth. Morally weak as he might be, the man whom she feared to trust had not entirely lost the sense which birth and breeding had firmly fastened in him, the sense of honor. Acting under that influence, he was, if the expression may be permitted, consistent even in inconsistency. With equal sincerity of feeling, he reproached himself for his infidelity toward the woman whom he had deserted, and devoted himself to his duty toward the woman whom he had misled. In Sydney's presence, suffer as he might under the struggle to maintain his resolution when he was alone, he kept his intercourse with her studiously gentle in manner and considerate in language. His conduct offered assurances for the future which she could only see through the falsifying medium of her own distrust. In the delusion that now possessed her, she read over and over again the letter which Captain Bennydeck had addressed to her father. She saw more and more clearly the circumstances which associated her situation with the situation of the poor girl who had closed her wasted life among the nuns in a French convent. Two results followed on this state of things. When Herbert asked to what part of England they should go on leaving London, she mentioned Sandyseal as a place that she had heard of and felt some curiosity to see. The same day, bent on pleasing her, careless where he lived now, at home or abroad, he wrote to engage rooms at the hotel. A time followed, during which they were obliged to wait until rooms were free. In this interval, brooding over the melancholy absence of a friend or relative in whom she could confide, her morbid dread of the future decided her on completing the parallel between herself and that other lost creature of whom she had read. Sydney opened communication anonymously with the Benedictine community at Sandyseal. She addressed the Mother Superior, telling the truth about herself with but one concealment, the concealment of names. She revealed her isolated position among her fellow creatures. She declared her fervent desire to repent of her wickedness and to lead a religious life. She acknowledged her misfortune in having been brought up by persons careless of religion, and she confessed to having attended a Protestant place of worship as a mere matter of form, connected with the duties of a teacher at a school. "The religion of any Christian woman who will help me to be more like myself," she wrote, "is the religion to which I am willing and eager to belong. If I come to you in my distress, will you receive me?" To that simple appeal she added a request that an answer might be addressed to S.W., Post Office, Sandyseal. When Captain Bennydeck and Sydney Westerfield passed each other as strangers in the hall of the hotel, that letter had been posted in London a week since. The servant showed Mr. and Mrs. Herbert into their sitting room, and begged that they would be so good as to wait for a few minutes while the other rooms were being prepared for them. Sydney seated herself in silence. She was thinking of her letter, and wondering whether a reply was waiting for her at the post office. Moving toward the window to look at the view, Herbert paused to examine some prints hanging on the walls, which were superior as works of art to the customary decorations of a room at a hotel. If he had gone straight to the window, he might have seen his divorced wife, his child, and his wife's mother getting into the carriage which took them to the railway station. "Come, Sydney," he said, "and look at the sea." She joined him wearily, with a faint smile. It was a calm, sunny day. Bathing machines were on the beach, children were playing here and there, and white sails of pleasure boats were visible in the offing. The dullness of Sandyseal wore a quiet, homely aspect which was pleasant to the eyes of strangers. Sydney said absently, "I think I shall like the place," and Herbert added, "Let us hope that the air will make you feel stronger." He meant it and said it kindly, but instead of looking at her while he spoke, he continued to look at the view. A woman sure of her position would not have allowed this trifling circumstance, even if she had observed it, to disturb her. Sydney thought of the day in London when he had persisted in looking out at the street, and returned in silence to her chair. Had he been so unfortunate as to offend her? And in what way? As that doubt occurred to Herbert, his mind turned to Catherine. She never took offence at trifles. A word of kindness from him, no matter how unimportant it might be, always claimed affectionate acknowledgment, in the days when he was living with his wife. In another moment he had dismissed that remembrance, and could trust himself to return to Sydney. "If you find that Sandyseal confirms your first impression," he said, "let me know it in time, so that I may make arrangements for a longer stay. I have only taken the rooms here for a fortnight." "Thank you, Herbert. I think a fortnight will be long enough." "Long enough for you?" he asked. Her morbid sensitiveness mistook him again. She fancied there was an undernote of irony in his tone. "Long enough for both of us," she replied. He drew a chair to her side. "Do you take it for granted," he said, smiling, "that I shall get tired of the place first?" She shrank, poor creature, even from his smile. There was, as she thought, something contemptuous in the good humour of it. "We have been to many places," she reminded him, "and we have got tired of them together." "Is that my fault?" "I didn't say it was." He got up and approached the bell. "I think the journey has a little overtired you," he resumed. "Would you like to go to your room?" "I will go to my room if you wish it." He waited a little, and answered her as quietly as ever. "What I really wish," he said, "is that we had consulted a doctor while we were in London. You seem to be very easily irritated of late. I observe a change in you, which I willingly attribute to the state of your health." She interrupted him. "What change do you mean?" "It's quite possible I may be mistaken, Sydney, but I have more than once, as I think, seen something in your manner which suggests that you distrust me." "I distrust the evil life we are leading," she burst out, "and I see the end of it coming. Oh, I don't blame you. You are kind and considerate, and you do your best to hide it. But you have lived long enough with me to regret the woman whom you have lost. You begin to feel the sacrifice you have made, and no wonder. Say the word, Herbert, and I release you." "I will never say the word." She hesitated, first inclined, then afraid to believe him. "I have grace enough left in me," she went on, "to feel the bitterest repentance for the wrong that I have done Mrs. Linley. When it ends, as it must end, in our parting, will you ask your wife?" Even his patience began to fail him. He refused, firmly, not angrily, to hear more. "She is no longer my wife," he said. Sydney's bitterness and Sydney's penitence were mingled as opposite emotions only can be mingled in a woman's breast. "Will you ask your wife to forgive you?" she persisted. "After we have been divorced, at her petition?" He pointed to the window as he said it. "Look at the sea. If I was drowning out yonder, I might as well ask the sea to forgive me." He produced no effect on her. She ignored the divorce. Her passionate remorse asserted itself as obstinately as ever. "Mrs. Linley is a good woman," she insisted. "Mrs. Linley is a Christian woman." "I have lost all claim on her, even the claim to remember her virtues," he answered sternly. "No more of it, Sydney. I am sorry I have disappointed you. I am sorry if you are weary of me." At those last words her manner changed. "Wound me as cruelly as you please," she said humbly. "I will try to bear it." "I wouldn't wound you for the world. Why do you persist in distressing me? Why do you feel suspicion of me, which I have not deserved?" He stopped and held out his hand. "Don't let us quarrel, Sydney. Which will you do? Keep your bad opinion of me, or give me a fair trial?" She loved him dearly. She was so young, and the young are so ready to hope. Still she struggled against herself. "Herbert, is it your pity for me that is speaking now?" He left her in despair. "It's useless," he said sadly. "Nothing will conquer your inveterate distrust." She followed him. With a faint cry of entreaty she made him turn to her, and held him in a trembling embrace, and rested her head on his bosom. "Forgive me. Be patient with me. Love me." That was all she could say. He attempted to calm her agitation by speaking lightly. "At last, Sydney, we are friends again," he said. Friends! All the woman in her recoiled from that insufficient word. "Are we lovers?" she whispered. "Yes." With that assurance her anxious heart was content. She smiled. She looked out at the sea with a new appreciation of the view. "The air of this place will do me good now," she said. "Are my eyes red, Herbert? Let me go and bathe them, and make myself fit to be seen." She rang the bell. The chambermaid answered it, ready to show the other rooms. She turned round at the door. "Let's try to make our sitting room look like home," she suggested. "How dismal, how dreadfully like a thing that doesn't belong to us, that empty table looks! Put some of your books and my keepsakes on it while I'm away. I'll bring my work with me when I come back." He had left his traveller's bag on a chair when he first came in. Now that he was alone and under no restraint, he sighed as he unlocked the bag. "Home," he repeated. "We have no home. Poor girl, poor unhappy girl. Let me help her to deceive herself." He opened the bag. The little fragile presents which she called her keepsakes had been placed by her own hands in the upper part of the bag, so that the books should not weigh on them, and had been carefully protected by wrappings of cotton wool. Taking them out one by one, Herbert found a delicate china candlestick, intended to hold a wax taper, broken into two pieces, in spite of the care that had been taken to preserve it. Of no great value in itself, old associations made the candlestick precious to Sydney. It had been broken at the stem, and could be easily mended so as to keep the accident concealed. Consulting the waiter, Herbert discovered that the fracture could be repaired at the nearest town, and that the place would be within reach when he went out for a walk. In fear of another disaster if he put it back in the bag, he opened a drawer in the table and laid the two fragments carefully inside at the further end. In doing this, his hand touched something that had been already placed in the drawer. He drew it out, and found that it was a book. The same book that Mrs. Presty, surely the evil genius of the family again, had hidden from Randal's notice, and had forgotten when she left the hotel. Herbert instantly recognized the gilding on the cover, imitated from a design invented by himself. He remembered the inscription, and yet he read it again. "To dear Catherine, from Herbert, on the anniversary of our marriage." The book dropped from his hand on the table, as if it had been a new discovery, torturing him with a new pain. His wife, he persisted in thinking of her as his wife, must have occupied the room, might perhaps have been the person whom he had succeeded as a guest at the hotel. Did she still value his present to her in remembrance of old times? No. She valued it so little that she had evidently forgotten it. Perhaps her maid might have included it among the small articles of luggage when they left home, or dear little Kitty might have put it into one of her mother's trunks. In any case, there it was now, abandoned in the drawer of a table at a hotel. "Oh," he thought bitterly, "if I could only feel as coldly toward Catherine as she feels toward me." His resolution had resisted much, but this final trial of his self-control was more than he could sustain. He dropped into a chair. His pride of manhood recoiled from the contemptible weakness of crying. He tried to remember that she had divorced him and taken his child from him. In vain, in vain. He burst into tears. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 37. Mrs. Norman. With a heart lightened by reconciliation, not the first reconciliation, unhappily, with hopes revived and sweet content restored, Sydney's serenity of mind was not quite unruffled. Her thoughts were not dwelling on the evil life which she had honestly deplored, or on the wronged wife to whom she had been eager to make atonement. Where is the woman whose sorrows are not thrown into the shade by the bright renewal of love? The one anxiety that troubled Sydney was caused by remembrance of the letter which she had sent to the convent at Sandyseal. As her better mind now viewed it, she had doubly injured Herbert, first in distrusting him, then by appealing from him to the compassion of strangers. If the reply for which she had rashly asked was waiting for her at that moment, if the mercy of the Mother Superior was ready to comfort and guide her, what return could she make? How could she excuse herself from accepting what was offered in kindly reply to her own petition? She had placed herself, for all she knew to the contrary, between two alternatives of ingratitude, equally unendurable, equally degrading. To feel this was to feel the suspense which to persons of excitable temperament is of all trials the hardest to bear. The chambermaid was still in her room. Sydney asked if the post office was near to the hotel. The woman smiled. "Everything is near us, ma'am, in this little place. Can we send to the post office for you?" Sydney wrote her initials. "Ask, if you please, for a letter addressed in that way." She handed the memorandum to the chambermaid. "Corresponding with her lover, under her husband's nose." That was how the chambermaid explained it below stairs, when the porter remarked that initials looked mysterious. The Mother Superior had replied. Sydney trembled as she opened the letter. It began kindly. "I believe you, my child, and I am anxious to help you, but I cannot correspond with an unknown person. If you decide to reveal yourself, it is only right to add that I have shown your letter to the Reverend Father, who, in temporal as in spiritual things, is our counsellor and our guide. To him I must refer you in the first instance. His wisdom will decide the serious question of receiving you into our holy church, and will discover in due time if you have a true vocation to a religious life. With the Father's sanction, you may be sure of my affectionate desire to serve you." Sydney put the letter back in the envelope, feeling gratefully toward the Mother Superior, but determined, by the conditions imposed on her, to make no further advance toward the Benedictine community. Even if her motive in writing to the convent had remained unchallenged, the allusions to the priest would still have decided her on taking this step. The bare idea of opening her inmost heart and telling her saddest secrets to a man, and that man a stranger, was too repellent to be entertained for a moment. In a few lines of reply, gratefully and respectfully written, she thanked the Mother Superior, and withdrew from the correspondence. The letter having been closed and posted in the hotel box, she returned to the sitting-room free from the one doubt that troubled her, eager to show Herbert how truly she believed in him, how hopefully she looked to the future. With a happy smile on her lips, she opened the door. She was on the point of asking him playfully if he had felt surprised at her long absence, when the sight that met her eyes turned her cold with terror in an instant. His arms were stretched out on the table, his head was laid on them. Despair confessed itself in his attitude. Grief spoke in the deep sobbing breaths that shook him. Love and compassion restored Sydney's courage. She advanced to raise him in her arms, and stopped once more. The book on the table caught her eye. He was still unconscious of her presence. She ventured to open it. She read the inscription, looked at him, looked back at the writing, and knew the truth at last. The rigour of the torture that she suffered paralyzed all outward expression of pain. Quietly she put the book back on the table. Quietly she touched him, and called him by his name. He started and looked up. He made an attempt to speak to her in his customary tone. "I didn't hear you come in," he said. She pointed to the book, without the slightest change in her face or her manner. "I have read the inscription to your wife," she answered. "I have seen you while you thought you were alone. The mercy which has so long kept the truth from me is mercy wasted now. Your bonds are broken, Herbert. You are a free man." He affected not to have understood her. She let him try to persuade her of it, and made no reply. He declared, honestly declared, that what she had said distressed him. She listened in submissive silence. He took her hand and kissed it. She let him kiss it, and let him drop it at her side. She frightened him. He began to fear for her reason. There was silence, long, horrid, hopeless silence. She had left the door of the room open. One of the servants of the hotel appeared outside in the passage. He spoke to some person behind him. "Perhaps the book has been left in here," he suggested. A gentle voice answered, I hope the lady and gentleman will excuse me if I ask leave to look for my book." She stepped into the room to make her apologies. Herbert Linley and Sydney Westerfield looked at the woman whom they had outraged. The woman whom they had outraged paused and looked back at them. The hotel servant was surprised at their not speaking to each other. He was a stupid man. He thought the gentlefolks were strangely unlike gentlefolks in general. They seemed not to know what to say. Herbert happened to be standing nearest to him. He felt that it would be civil to the gentleman to offer a word of explanation. "The lady had these rooms, sir. She has come back from the station to look for a book that has been left behind." Herbert signed to him to go. As the man turned to obey, he drew back. Sydney had moved to the door before him to leave the room. Herbert refused to permit it. "Stay here," he said to her gently. "This room is yours." Sydney hesitated. Herbert addressed her again. He pointed to his divorced wife. "You see how that lady is looking at you," he said. "I beg that you will not submit to insult from anybody." Sydney obeyed him. She returned to the room. Catherine's voice was heard for the first time. She addressed herself to Sydney with a quiet dignity, far removed from anger, further removed still from contempt. "You were about to leave the room," she said. "I notice, as an act of justice to you, that my presence arouses some sense of shame." Herbert turned to Sydney. Trying to recover herself, she stood near the table. "Give me the book," he said. "The sooner this comes to an end, the better for her, the better for us." Sydney gave him the book. With a visible effort he matched Catherine's self-control. After all, she had remembered his gift. He offered the book to her. She still kept her eyes fixed on Sydney, still spoke to Sydney. "Tell him," she said, "that I refuse to receive the book." Sydney attempted to obey. At the first word she uttered, Herbert checked her once more. "I have begged you already not to submit to insult." He turned to Catherine. "The book is yours, madam. Why do you refuse to take it?" She looked at him for the first time. A proud sense of wrong flashed at him its keenly felt indignation in her first glance. "Your hands and her hands have touched it," she answered. "I leave it to you and to her." Those words stung him. "Contempt," he said, "is bitter indeed on your lips." "Do you presume to resent my contempt?" "I forbid you to insult Miss Westerfield." With that reply he turned to Sydney. "You shall not suffer while I can prevent it," he said tenderly, and approached to put his arm round her. She looked at Catherine, and drew back from his embrace, gently repelling him by a gesture. Catherine felt and respected the true delicacy, the true penitence expressed in that action. She advanced to Sydney. "Miss Westerfield," she said, "I will take the book from you." Sydney gave back the book without a word. In her position, silence was the truest gratitude. Quietly and firmly Catherine removed the blank leaf on which Herbert had written, and laid it before him on the table. "I return your inscription. It means nothing now." Those words were steadily pronounced. Not the slightest appearance of temper accompanied them. She moved slowly to the door, and looked back at Sydney. "Make some allowance for what I have suffered," she said gently. If I have wounded you, I regret it." The faint sound of her dress on the carpet was heard in the perfect stillness, and lost again. They saw her no more. Herbert approached Sydney. It was a moment when he was bound to assure her of his sympathy. He felt for her. In his inmost heart he felt for her. As he drew nearer, he saw tears in her eyes, but they seemed to have risen without her knowledge. Hardly conscious of his presence, she stood before him, lost in thought. He endeavoured to rouse her. "Did I protect you from insult?" he asked. She said absently, "Yes." "Will you do as I do, dear? Will you try to forget?" She said, "I will try to atone," and moved toward the door of her room. The reply surprised him, but it was no time then to ask for an explanation. "Would you like to lie down, Sydney, and rest?" "Yes." She took his arm. He led her to the door of her room. "Is there anything else I can do for you?" he asked. "Nothing, thank you." She closed the door, and abruptly opened it again. "One more thing," she said. "Kiss me." He kissed her tenderly. Returning to the sitting room, he looked back across the passage. Her door was shut. His head was heavy. His mind felt confused. He threw himself on the sofa, utterly exhausted by the ordeal through which he had passed. In grief, in fear, in pain, the time still comes when nature claims her rights. The wretched, worn-out man fell into a restless sleep. He was awakened by the waiter laying the cloth for dinner. "It's just ready, sir," the servant announced. "Shall I knock at the lady's door?" Herbert got up and went to her room. He entered softly, fearing to disturb her if she too had slept. No sign of her was to be seen. She had evidently not rested on her bed. A morsel of paper lay on the smooth coverlet. There was only a line written on it: "You may yet be happy, and it may perhaps be my doing." He stood, looking at that last line of her writing, in the empty room. His despair and his submission spoke, in the only words that escaped him: "I have deserved it." End of chapter 37.
Book 5, Chapter 38 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Machonis. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 38. Hear the Lawyer. Mr. Herbert Linley, I ask permission to reply to your inquiries in writing, because it is quite likely that some of the opinions you will find here might offend you if I express them personally. I can relieve your anxiety on the subject of Miss Sydney Westerfield, but I must be allowed to do so in my own way, without any other restraints than those which I think it becoming to an honourable man to impose on himself. You are quite right in supposing that Miss Westerfield had heard me spoken of at Mount Morven, as the agent and legal adviser of the lady who was formerly your wife. What purpose led her to apply to me under these circumstances, you will presently discover. As to the means by which she found her way to my office, I may remind you that any directory would give her the necessary information. Miss Westerfield's object was to tell me, in the first place, that her guilty life with you was at an end. She has left your protection, not to return to it. I was sorry to see, though she tried to hide it from me, how keenly she felt the parting. You have been dearly loved by two sweet women, and they have thrown their hearts away on you, as women will. Having explained the circumstances so far, Miss Westerfield next mentioned the motive which had brought her to my office. She asked if I would inform her of Mrs. Norman's address. This request, I confess, astonished me. To my mind she was, of all persons, the last who ought to contemplate communicating in any way with Mrs. Norman. I say this to you, but I refrained from saying it to her. What I did venture to do was to ask for her reasons. She answered that they were reasons which would embarrass her if she communicated them to a stranger. After this reply, I declined to give her the information she wanted. Not unprepared, as it appeared to me, for my refusal, she asked next if I was willing to tell her where she might find your brother, Mr. Randall Linley. In this case I was glad to comply with her request. She could address herself to no person worthier to advise her than your brother. In giving her his address in London, I told her that he was absent on a visit to some friends, and that he was expected to return in a week's time. She thanked me, and rose to go. I confess I was interested in her. Perhaps I thought of the time when she might have been as dear to her father as my own daughters are to me. I asked if her parents were living. They were dead. My next question was, "Have you any friends in London?" She answered, "I have no friends." It was said with a resignation so very sad in so young a creature that I was really distressed. I ran the risk of offending her, and asked if she felt any embarrassment in respect of money. She said, "I have some small savings from my salary when I was a governess." The change in her tone told me that she was alluding to the time of her residence at Mount Morven. It was impossible to look at this friendless girl and not feel some anxiety about the lodging which she might have chosen in such a place as London. She had fortunately come to me from the railway, and had not thought yet of where she was to live. At last I was able to be of some use to her. My senior clerk took care of Miss Westerfield, and left her among respectable people, in whose house she could live cheaply and safely. Where that house is, I refuse for her sake to tell you. She shall not be disturbed. After a week had passed, I received a visit from my good friend Randall Linley. He had on that day seen Miss Westerfield. She had said to him what she had said to me, and had repeated the request which I thought it unwise to grant, owning to your brother, however, the motives which she had refused to confide to me. He was so strongly impressed by the sacrifice of herself which this penitent woman had made, that he was at first disposed to trust her with Mrs. Norman's address. Reflection, however, convinced him that her motives, pure and disinterested as they undoubtedly were, did not justify him in letting her expose herself to the consequences which might follow the proposed interview. All that he engaged to do was to repeat to Mrs. Norman what Miss Westerfield had said, and to inform the young lady of the result. In the intervals of business I had felt some uneasiness when I thought of Miss Westerfield's prospects. Your good brother at once set all anxiety on this subject at rest. He proposed to place Miss Westerfield under the care of an old and dear friend of her late father, Captain Bennydeck. Her voluntary separation from you offered to your brother and to the captain the opportunity for which they had both been waiting. Captain Bennydeck was then cruising at sea in his yacht. Immediately on his return, Miss Westerfield's inclination would be consulted, and she would no doubt eagerly embrace the opportunity of being introduced to her father's friend. I have now communicated all that I know in reply to the questions which you have addressed to me. Let me earnestly advise you to make the one reparation to this poor girl which is in your power. Resign yourself to a separation which is not only for her good, but for yours. Samuel Sarrazin. End of Chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Michonis. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 39. Listen to Reason. Not having heard from Captain Bennydeck for some little time, Randall thought it desirable in Sidney's interest to make inquiries at his club. Nothing was known of the captain's movements there. On the chance of getting the information that he wanted, Randall wrote to the hotel at Sandyseal. The landlord's reply a little surprised him. Some days since, the yacht had again appeared in the bay. Captain Bennydeck had landed, to all appearance in fairly good health, and had left by an early train for London. The sailing master announced that he had orders to take the vessel back to her port, with no other explanation than that the cruise was over. This alternative in the captain's plans, terminating the voyage a month earlier than his arrangements had contemplated, puzzled Randall. He called at his friend's private residence, only to hear from the servants that they had seen nothing of their master. Randall waited a while in London, on the chance that Bennydeck might pay him a visit. During this interval his patience was rewarded in an unexpected manner. He discovered the captain's address by means of a letter from Catherine, dated Buck's Hotel, Sydenham. Having gently reproached him for not writing to her or calling on her, she invited him to dinner at the hotel. Her letter concluded in these words: "You will only meet one person besides ourselves, your friend, and, since we last met, our friend too. Captain Bennydeck has got tired of the sea. He is staying at this hotel to try the air of Sydenham, and he finds that it agrees with him." These lines set Randall thinking seriously. To represent Bennydeck as being tired of the sea, and as being willing to try, in place of the breezy channel, the air of a suburb of London, was to make excuses too perfectly futile and absurd to deceive anyone who knew the captain. In spite of the appearance of innocence which pervaded Catherine's letter, the true motive for breaking off his cruise might be found, as Randall concluded, in Catherine herself. Her residence at the seaside, helped by the lapse of time, had restored to her personal attractions almost all they had lost under the deteriorating influences of care and grief, and her change of name must have protected her from a discovery of the divorce which would have shocked a man so sincerely religious as Bennydeck. Had her beauty fascinated him? Was she aware of the interest that he felt in her, and was it secretly understood and returned? Randall wrote to accept the invitation, determining to present himself before the appointed hour and to question Catherine privately, without giving her the advantage over him of preparing herself for the interview. In the short time that passed before the day of the dinner, distressing circumstances strengthened his resolution. After months of separation, he received a visit from Herbert. Was this man, haggard, pallid, shabby, looking at him piteously with bloodshot eyes, the handsome, pleasant, prosperous brother whom he remembered? Randall was so grieved that he was for a moment unable to utter a word. He could only point to a seat. Herbert dropped into the chair as if he was reduced to the last extremity of fatigue, and yet he spoke roughly. He looked like an angry man brought to bay. "I seem to frighten you," he said. "You distress me, Herbert, more than words can say. Give me a glass of wine. I've been walking, I don't know where, a long distance. I'm dead beat." He drank the wine greedily. Whatever reviving effect it might otherwise have produced on him, it made no change in the threatening gloom of his manner. In a man morally weak, calamity, suffered without resisting power, breaks its way through the surface which exhibits a gentleman, and shows the naked nature which claims kindred with our ancestor, the savage. "Do you feel better, Herbert?" He put down the empty glass, taking no notice of his brother's question. "Randall," he said, "you know where Sidney is." Randall admitted it. "Give me her address. My mind's in such a state I can't remember it. Write it down." "No, Herbert." "You won't write it, and you won't give it?" "I will do neither the one nor the other. Go back to your chair. Fierce looks and clenched fists don't frighten me. Miss Westerfield is quite right in separating herself from you, and you are quite wrong in wishing to go back to her. There are my reasons. Try to understand them, and once again sit down." He spoke sternly, with his heart aching for his brother all the time. He was right. The one way is the positive way, when a man who suffers trouble is degraded by it. The poor wretch sank under Randall's firm voice and steady eye. "Don't be hard on me," he said. "I think a man in my situation is to be pitied, especially by his brother. I'm not like you. I'm not accustomed to live alone. I've been accustomed to having a kind woman to talk to me and to care of me. You don't know what it is to be used to seeing a pretty creature, always nicely dressed, always about the room, thinking so much of you and so little of herself, and then to be left alone as I am left, out in the dark. I haven't got my wife. She has thrown me over and taken my child away from me. And now Sidney's taken away from me next. I'm alone. Do you hear that? Alone. Take the poker out of the fireplace. Give me back Sidney, or knock out my brains. I haven't courage enough to do it for myself. Oh, why did I engage that governess? I was so happy, Randall, with Catherine and little Kitty." He laid his head wearily on the back of his chair. Randall offered him more wine. He refused it. "I'm afraid," he said. "Wine maddens me if I take too much of it. You've heard of men forgetting their sorrows in drink. I tried it yesterday. It set my brains on fire. I'm feeling that glass I took just now. No, I'm not faint. It eases my head when I rest like this. Shake hands, Randall. We have never had any unfriendly words. We mustn't begin now. There's something perverse about me. I didn't know how fond I was of Sidney till I lost her. I didn't know how fond I was of my wife till I left her." He paused, and put his hand to his fevered head. Was his mind wandering into some other train of thought? He astonished his brother by a new entreaty, the last imaginable entreaty that Randall expected to hear. Dear old fellow, I want you to do me a favor. Tell me where my wife is living now." "Surely," Randall answered, "you know that she is no longer your wife." "Never mind that. I have something to say to her." "You can't do it." "Can you do it? Will you give her a message?" "Let me hear what it is first." Herbert lifted his head and laid his hand earnestly on his brother's arm. When he said his next words, he was almost like his old self again. "Say that I'm lonely. Say that I'm dying for want of a little comfort. Ask her to let me see Kitty." His tone touched Randall to the quick. "I feel for you, Herbert," he said warmly. "She shall have your message. All that I can do to persuade her shall be done." "As soon as possible?" "Yes, as soon as possible." "And you won't forget?" No, of course you won't forget." He tried to rise, and fell back again into his chair. "Let me rest a little," he pleaded, "if I'm not in the way. I'm not fit company for you, I know. I'll go when you tell me." Randall refused to let him go at all. "You will stay here with me, and if I happen to be away, there will be somebody in the house who is almost as fond of you as I am." He mentioned the name of one of the old servants at Mount Morven, who had attached himself to Randall after the break-up of the family. "And now rest," he said, "and let me put this cushion under your head." Herbert answered, "It's like being at home again," and composed himself to rest. End of Chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Michonis. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 40. Keep Your Temper. On the next day but one, Randall arranged his departure for Sydenham, so as to arrive at the hotel an hour before the time appointed for the dinner. His prospects of success, in pleading for a favorable reception of his brother's message, were so uncertain that he refrained, in fear of raising hopes which he might not be able to justify, from taking Herbert into his confidence. No one knew on what errand he was bent when he left the house. As he took his place in the carriage, the newspaper boy appeared at the window as usual. The new number of a popular weekly journal had that day been published. Randall bought it. After reading one or two of the political articles, he arrived at the columns specially devoted to fashionable intelligence. Caring nothing for that sort of news, he was turning over the pages in search of the literary and dramatic articles, when a name not unfamiliar to him caught his eye. He read the paragraph in which it appeared. "The charming widow Mrs. Norman is, we hear, among the distinguished guests staying at Buck's Hotel. It is whispered that the lady is to be shortly united to a retired naval officer of Arctic fame, now better known, perhaps, as one of our leading philanthropists." The allusion to Bennydeck was too plain to be mistaken. Randall looked again at the first words in the paragraph. The charming widow. Was it possible that this last word referred to Catherine? To suppose her capable of assuming to be a widow, and, if the child asked questions, of telling Kitty that her father was dead, was, in Randall's estimation, to wrong her cruelly. With his own suspicions steadily contradicting him, he arrived at the hotel, obstinately believing that the charming widow would prove to be a stranger. A first disappointment was in store for him when he entered the house. Mrs. Norman and her little daughter were out driving with a friend, and were expected to return in good time for dinner. Mrs. Presty was at home. She was reported to be in the garden of the hotel. Randall found her comfortably established in a summer house, with her knitting in her hands and a newspaper on her lap. She advanced to meet him, all smiles and amiability. "How nice of you to come so soon," she began. Her keen penetration discovered something in his face which checked the gaiety of her welcome. "You don't mean to say that you are going to spoil our pleasant little dinner by bringing bad news?" she added, looking at him suspiciously. "It depends on you to decide that," Randall replied. "How very complimentary to a poor, useless old woman. Don't be mysterious, my dear. I don't belong to the generation which raises storms in teacups, and calls skirmishes with savages battles. Out with it." Randall handed his paper to her, open at the right place. "There is my news," he said. Mrs. Presty looked at the paragraph and handed her newspaper to Randall. "I am indeed sorry to spoil your dramatic effect," she said, "but you ought to have known that we are only half an hour behind you at Sydenham in the matter of news. The report is premature, my good friend, but if these newspaper people waited to find out whether a report is true or false, how much gossip would society get in its favorite newspapers? Besides, if it isn't true now, it will be true next week. The author only says it's whispered. How delicate of him! What a perfect gentleman!" "Am I really to understand, Mrs. Presty, that Catherine—" "You are to understand that Catherine is a widow. I say it with pride, a widow of my making." "If this is one of your jokes, ma'am—" "Nothing of the sort. Are you aware, Mrs. Presty, that my brother—" "Oh, don't talk of your brother. He's an obstacle in our way, and we have been compelled to get rid of him." Randall drew back a step. Mrs. Presty's audacity was something more than he could understand. "Is this woman mad?" he said to himself. "Sit down," said Mrs. Presty, "if you are determined to make a serious business of it. If you insist on my justifying myself, you are to be pitied for not possessing a sense of humor. But you shall have your own way. I am put on my defense. Very well. You shall hear how my divorced daughter and my poor little grandchild were treated at Sandyseal after you left us." Having related the circumstances, she suggested that Randall should put himself in Catherine's place before he ventured on expressing an opinion. "Would you have exposed yourself to be humiliated again in the same way?" she asked. "And would you have seen your child made to suffer as well as yourself?" "I should have kept in retirement for the future," he answered, "and not have trusted my child and myself among strangers in hotels." "Ah, indeed? And you would have condemned your poor little daughter to solitude? You would have seen her pining for the company of other children, and would have had no mercy on her? I wonder what you would have done when Captain Bennydeck paid us a visit at the seaside. He was introduced to Mrs. Norman, and to Mrs. Norman's little girl, and we were all charmed with him. When he and I happened to be left together, he naturally wondered, after having seen the beautiful wife, where the lucky husband might be. If he had asked you about Mr. Norman, how would you have answered him?" "I should have told the truth." "You would have said there was no Mr. Norman?" "Yes." Exactly what I did. And the captain, of course, concluded, after having been introduced to Kitty, that Mrs. Norman was a widow. If I had set him right, what would have become of my daughter's reputation? If I had told the truth at this hotel, when everybody wanted to know what Mrs. Norman, that handsome lady, was, what would the consequences have been to Catherine and her little girl? No, no, I have made the best of a miserable situation. I have consulted the tranquillity of a cruelly injured woman and an innocent child, with this inevitable result. I have been obliged to treat your brother like a character in a novel. I have shipwrecked Herbert as the shortest way of answering inconvenient questions. Vessel found bottom upward in the middle of the Atlantic, and everybody on board drowned, of course. Worse stories have been printed. I do assure you, worse stories have been printed. Randall decided on leaving her. "Have you done all this with Catherine's consent?" he asked as he got up from his chair. "Catherine submits to circumstances, like a sensible woman." "Does she submit to your telling Kitty that her father is dead?" For the first time, Mrs. Presty became serious. "Wait a minute," she answered. "Before I consented to answer the child's inquiries, I came to an understanding with her mother. I said, 'Will you let Kitty see her father again?'" The very question which Randall had promised to ask in his brother's interests. "And how did Catherine answer you?" he inquired. "Honestly. She said I daren't. After that, I had her mother's authority for telling Kitty that she would never see her father again. She asked directly if her father was dead. That will do, Mrs. Presty. Your defense is thoroughly worthy of your conduct in all other respects." "Say thoroughly worthy of the course forced upon me and my daughter by your brother's infamous conduct, and you will be nearer the mark." Randall passed this over without notice. "Be so good," he said, "as to tell Catherine that I try to make every possible allowance for her, but that I cannot consent to sit at her dinner table, and that I dare not face my poor little niece after what I have heard." Mrs. Presty recovered all her audacity. "A very wise decision," she remarked. "Your sour face would spoil the best dinner that ever was put on the table. Have you any message for Captain Bennydeck?" Randall asked if his friend was then at the hotel. Mrs. Presty smiled significantly. "Not at the hotel just now." "Where is he?" "Where he is every day about this time, out driving with Catherine and Kitty." It was a relief to Randall, in the present state of Catherine's relations toward Bennydeck, to return to London without having seen his friend. He took leave of Mrs. Presty with the formality due to a stranger. He merely bowed. That incorrigible old woman treated him with affectionate familiarity in return. "Good-bye, dear Randall. One moment before you go. Will it be of any use if we invite you to the marriage?" Arrived at the station, Randall found that he must wait for the train. While he was walking up and down the platform, with a mind doubly distressed by anxiety about his brother and anxiety about Sydney, the train from London came in. He stood, looking absently at the passengers leaving the carriage on the opposite side of the platform. Suddenly, a voice that he knew was audible, asking the way back to Buck's Hotel. He crossed the line in an instant, and found himself face to face with Herbert. End of Chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Machonis. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 41. Make the Best of It. For a moment the two men looked at each other without speaking. Herbert's wondering eyes accurately reflected his brother's astonishment. "What are you doing here?" he asked. Suspicion overclouded his face as he put the question. "You have been to the hotel?" he burst out. "You have seen Catherine?" Randall could deny that he had seen Catherine with perfect truth, and did deny it in the plainest terms. Herbert was satisfied. "In all my remembrance of you," he said, "you have never told me a lie. We have both seen the same newspaper, of course, and you have been the first to clear the thing up. That's it, isn't it? I wonder who this Mrs. Norman is. Did you find out?" "No. She's not Catherine, at any rate. I, for one, shall go home with a lighter heart." He took his brother's arm to return to the other platform. "Do you know, Randall, I was almost afraid that Catherine was the woman. The devil take the thing, and the people who write in it." He snatched a newspaper out of his pocket as he spoke, tore it in half, and threw it away. "Malcolm meant well, poor fellow," he said, referring to the old servant, "but he made a miserable man of me for all that." Not satisfied with gossip in private, the greedy public appetite devours gossip in print, and wants more of it than any one editor can supply. Randall picked up the torn newspaper. It was not the newspaper which he had bought at the station. Herbert had been reading a rival journal, devoted to the interests of society, in which the report of Mrs. Norman's marriage was repeated, with this difference, that it boldly alluded to Captain Bennydeck by name. "Did Malcolm give you this?" Randall asked. "Yes, he and the servant next door subscribed to take it in. And Malcolm thought it might amuse me. It drove me out of the house and into the railway. If it had driven me out of mind, I shouldn't have been surprised." "Gently, Herbert. Supposing the report had been true?" "After what you have told me, why should I suppose anything of the sort?" "Don't be angry, and do pray remember that the divorce allows you and Catherine to marry again if you like." Herbert became more unreasonable than ever. "If Catherine does think of marrying again," he said, "the man will have to reckon first with me. But that is not the point. You seem to have forgotten that the woman at Buck's Hotel is described as a widow. The bare doubt that my divorced wife might be the woman was bad enough. But what I wanted to find out was how she had passed off her false pretense on our child. That was what maddened me. No more of it now. Have you seen Catherine lately?" "Not lately." "I suppose she is as handsome as ever. When will you ask her to let me see Kitty?" "Leave that to me," was the one reply which Randall could venture to make at the moment. The serious embarrassments that surrounded him were thickening fast. His natural frank nature urged him to undeceive Herbert. If he followed his inclinations, in the near neighborhood of the hotel, who could say what disasters might not ensue in his brother's present frame of mind? If he made the disclosure on their return to the house, he would be only running the same risk of consequences after an interval of delay, and if he remained silent, the march of events might, at any moment, lead to the discovery of what he had concealed. Add to this that his confidence in Catherine had been rudely shaken. Having allowed herself to be entrapped into the deception proposed by her mother, and having thus far persevered in that deception, were the chances in favor of her revealing her true position, especially if she was disposed to encourage Bennydeck's suit? Randall's loyalty to Catherine hesitated to decide that serious question against the woman whom he had known, trusted, and admired for so many years. In any event, her second marriage would lead to one disastrous result. It would, sooner or later, come to Herbert's ears. In the meantime, after what Mrs. Presty had confessed, the cruel falsehood which had checked poor Kitty's natural inquiries raised an insuperable obstacle to a meeting between father and child. If Randall shrank from the prospect which thus presented itself to him in his relations with his brother, and if his thoughts reverted to Sidney Westerfield, other reasons for apprehensions found their way into his mind. He had promised to do his best toward persuading Catherine to grant Sidney an interview. To perform that promise appeared to be now simply impossible. Under the exasperating influence of a disappointment for which she was not prepared, it was hard to say what act of imprudence Sidney might not commit. Even the chance of successfully confiding her to Bennydeck's protection had lost something of its fair promise since Randall's visit to Sydenham. That the captain would welcome his friend's daughter as affectionately as if she had been his own child was not to be doubted for a moment, but that she would receive the same unremitting attention while he was courting Catherine, which would have been offered to her under other circumstances, was not to be hoped. Be the results, however, what they might, Randall could see but one plain course before him now. He decided on hastening Sidney's introduction to Bennydeck, and on writing at once to prepare the captain for that event. Even this apparently simple proceeding required examination in its different bearings before he could begin his letter. Would he be justified in alluding to the report which associated Bennydeck with Catherine? Considerations of delicacy seemed to forbid taking this liberty, even with an intimate friend. It was for the captain to confirm what Mrs. Presty had said of him, if he thought it desirable to touch on the subject in his reply. Besides, looking to Catherine's interest, and not forgetting how she had suffered, had Randall any right to regard with other than friendly feelings a second marriage, which united her to a man morally and intellectually the superior of her first husband? What happier future could await her, especially if she justified Randall's past experience of all that was candid and truthful in her character, than to become his friend's wife? Written under the modifying influence of these conclusions, his letter contained the few words that follow. I have news for you which I'm sure you will be glad to hear. Your old friend's daughter has abandoned her sinful way of life, and has made sacrifices which prove the sincerity of her repentance. Without entering into particulars which may be mercifully dismissed from notice, let me only assure you that I answer for Sidney Westerfield as being worthy of the fatherly interest which you feel in her. Shall I say that she may expect an early visit from you when I see her tomorrow? I don't doubt that I am free already to do this, but it will encourage the poor girl if I can speak with your authority. He added Sidney's address in a postscript, and dispatched his letter that evening. On the afternoon of the next day 2 letters were delivered to Randall. bearing the Sydenham postmark. The first which he happened to take up was addressed to him in Mrs. Presty's handwriting. His opinion of this correspondent was expressed in prompt action. He threw the letter, unopened, into the waste-paper basket. The next letter was from Bennydeck, written in the kindest terms, but containing no allusion to any contemplated change in his life. He would not be able, he wrote, to leave Sydenham for a day or two. No explanation of the cause of this delay followed, but it might, perhaps, be excusable to infer that the marriage had not yet been decided on, and that the captain's proposals were still waiting for Catherine's reply. Randall put the letter in his pocket and went at once to Sidney's lodgings. End of Chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 42. Try to Excuse Her. The weather had been unusually warm. Of all oppressive summers, a hot summer in London is the hardest to endure. The little exercise that Sidney could take was, as Randall knew, deferred until the evening. On asking for her, he was surprised to hear that she had gone out. "Is she walking?" he asked, "on a day such as this?" No, she was too much overcome by the heat to be able to walk. The landlady's boy had been sent to fetch a cab, and he had heard Miss Westerfield tell the driver to go to Lincoln's Inn Fields. The address at once reminded Randall of Mr. Sarrazin. On the chance of making a discovery, he went to the lawyer's office. It had struck him as being just possible that Sidney might have called there for the second time, and on making inquiry he found that his surmise was correct. Miss Westerfield had called, and had gone away again more than an hour since. Having mentioned this circumstance, good Mr. Sarrazin rather abruptly changed the subject. He began to talk of the weather, and, like everybody else, he complained of the heat. Receiving no encouragement so far, he selected politics as his next topic. Randall was unapproachably indifferent to the state of parties and the urgent necessity for reform. Still bent, as it seemed, on preventing his visitor from taking a leading part in the conversation, Mr. Sarrazin tried the exercise of hospitality next. He opened his cigar case, and entered eagerly into the merits of his cigars. He proposed a cool drink, and described the right method of making it as distinguished from the wrong. Randall was not thirsty, and was not inclined to smoke. Would the pertinacious lawyer give way at last? In appearance, at least, he submitted to defeat. "You want something of me, my friend," he said with a patient smile. "What is it?" "I want to know why Miss Westerfield called on you." Randall flattered himself that he had made a prevaricating reply simply impossible. Nothing of the sort. Mr. Sarrazin slipped through his fingers once more. The unwritten laws of gallantry afforded him a refuge now. "The most inviolate respect," he solemnly declared, "is due to a lady's confidence, and what is more, to a young lady's confidence, and what is more yet, to a pretty young lady's confidence. The sex, my dear fellow, must I recall your attention to what is due to the sex?" This little outbreak of the foreign side of his friend's character was no novelty to Randall. He remained as indifferent to the inviolate claims of the sex as if he had been an old man of 90. "Did Miss Westerfield say anything about me?" was his next question. Slippery Mr. Sarrazin slid into another refuge. He entered a protest. "Here is a change of persons and places," he exclaimed. "Am I a witness of the court of justice, and are you the lawyer who examines me? My memory is defective, my learned friend. Non mi ricordo. I know nothing about it." Randal changed his tone. "We have amused ourselves long enough," he said. "I have serious reasons, Sarrazin, for wishing to know what passed between Miss Westerfield and you, and I trust my old friend to relieve my anxiety." The lawyer was accustomed to say of himself that he never did things by halves. His answer to Randal offered a proof of his accurate estimate of his own character. "Your old friend will deserve your confidence in him," he answered. "You want to know why Miss Westerfield called here? Her object in view was to twist me round her finger, and I beg to inform you that she has completely succeeded. My dear Randal, this pretty creature's cunning is remarkable, even for a woman. I'm an old lawyer, skilled in the ways of the world, and a young girl has completely overreached me. She asked, oh heavens, how innocently, if Mrs. Norman was likely to make a long stay at her present place of residence." Randal interrupted him. "You don't mean to tell me you have given her Catherine's address?" "Buck's Hotel, Sydenham," Mr. Sarrazin answered. "She has got the address down in her nice little pocket-book." "What amazing weakness!" Randal exclaimed. Mr. Sarrazin cordially agreed with him. "Amazing weakness, as you say. Pretty Miss Sydney has extracted more things besides the address. She knows that Mrs. Norman is here on business relating to new investments of her money. She knows besides that one of the trustees is keeping us waiting. She also made sensible remarks. She mentioned having heard Mrs. Norman say that the air of London never agreed with her, and she hoped that a comparatively healthy neighborhood had been chosen for Mrs. Norman's place of residence. This, you see, was leading up to the discovery of the address. The spirit of mischief possessed me. I allowed Miss Westerfield to take a little peep at the truth. Mrs. Norman is not actually in London, I said. She is only in the neighborhood. For what followed on this, my experience of ladies ought to have prepared me. I am ashamed to say this lady took me completely by surprise. What did she do? Fell on her knees, poor dear, and said, 'Oh, Mr. Sarrazin, be kinder to me than you have ever been yet. Tell me where Mrs. Norman is.' I put her back in her chair, and I took her handkerchief out of her pocket, and I wiped her eyes." "And then you told her the address?" "I was near it, but I didn't do it yet. I asked what you had done in the matter. Alas, your kind heart has led you to promise more than you could perform. She had waited to hear from you if Mrs. Norman consented to see her, and had waited in vain. Hard on her, wasn't it? I was sorry, but I was still obdurate. I only felt the symptoms which warned me that I was going to make a fool of myself when she let me into her secret for the first time, and said plainly what she wanted with Mrs. Norman. Her tears and her entreaties I had resisted. The confession of her motives overpowered me. "It is right," cried Mr. Sarrazin, suddenly warming into enthusiasm, "that these two women should meet. Remember how that poor girl has proved that her repentance is no sham. I say she has a right to tell, and the lady whom she has injured has a right to hear, what she has done to atone for the past, what confession she is willing to make to the one woman in the world, though she is a divorced woman, who is most interested in hearing what Miss Westerfield's life has been with that wretched brother of yours. Ah, yes, I know what the English cant might say. Away with the English cant. It is the worst obstacle to the progress of the English nation." Randal listened absently. He was thinking. There could be little doubt to what destination Sydney Westerfield had betaken herself when she left the lawyer's office. At that moment, perhaps, she and Catherine were together, and together alone. Mr. Sarrazin had noticed his friend's silence. "Is it possible you don't agree with me?" he asked. "I don't feel as hopefully as you do if these two ladies meet." Ah, my friend, you are not a sanguine man by nature. If Mrs. Norman treats our poor Sydney just as a commonplace, ill-tempered woman would treat her, I shall be surprised indeed. Say, if you like, that she will be insulted. Of this I am sure, she will not return it. There is no expiation that is too bitter to be endured by that resolute little creature. Her fine nature has been tempered by adversity. A hard life has been Sydney's, depend upon it, in the years before you and I met with her. Good heavens, what would my wife say if she heard me? The women are nice, but they have their drawbacks. Let us wait till to-morrow, my dear boy, and let us believe in Sydney without allowing our wives, I beg your pardon, I mean my wife, to suspect in what forbidden directions our sympathies are leading us. Oh, for shame! Who could persist in feeling depressed in the company of such a man as this? Randal went home with the influence of Mr. Sarrazin's sanguine nature in undisturbed possession of him until his old servant's gloomy face confronted him at the door. "Anything gone wrong, Malcolm?" "I'm sorry to say, sir, Mr. Herbert has left us." "Left us? Why?" "I don't know, sir." "Where has he gone?" "He didn't tell me." "Is there no letter, no message?" "There's a message, sir. Mr. Herbert came back." "Stop! Where had he been when he came back?" "He said he felt a little lonely after you went out, and he thought it might cheer him up if he went to the club. I was to tell you where he had gone if you asked what had become of him. He said it kindly and pleasantly, quite like himself, sir. But when he came back, if you'll excuse my saying so, I never saw a man in a worse temper. Tell my brother I am obliged to him for his hospitality, and I won't take advantage of it any longer. That was Mr. Herbert's message. I tried to say a word. He banged the door, and away he went." Even Randal's patient and gentle nature rose in revolt against his brother's treatment of him. He entered his sitting-room in silence. Malcolm followed, and pointed to a letter on the table. "I think you must have thrown it away by mistake, sir," the old man explained. "I found it in the waste-paper basket." He bowed with the unfailing respect of the old school, and withdrew. Randal's first resolve was to dismiss his brother from further consideration. "Kindness is thrown away on Herbert," he thought. "I shall treat him for the future as he has treated me." But his brother was still in his mind. He opened Mrs. Presty's letter, on the chance that it might turn the current of his thoughts in a new direction. In spite of Mrs. Presty, in spite of himself, his heart softened toward the man who had behaved so badly to him. Instead of reading the letter, he was now trying to discover a connection between his brother's visit to the club and his brother's angry message. Had Herbert heard something said among gossiping members in the smoking-room which might account for his conduct? If Randal had belonged to the club, he would have gone there to make inquiries. How could he get the information that he wanted in some other way? After considering it for a while, he remembered the dinner that he had given to his friend Sarrazin on his return from the United States, and the departure of the lawyer to his club, with a purpose in view which interested them both. It was the same club to which Herbert belonged. Randal wrote at once to Mr. Sarrazin, mentioning what had happened, and acknowledging the anxiety that weighed on his mind. Having instructed Malcolm to take the letter to the lawyer's house, and if he was not at home, to inquire where he might be found, Randal adopted the readiest means of composing himself, in the servant's absence, by lighting his pipe. He was enveloped in clouds of tobacco smoke, the only clouds which we can trust never to prove unworthy of our confidence in them, when Mrs. Presty's letter caught his attention. If the month had been January instead of July, he would have thrown it into the fire. Under present circumstances, he took it up and read it. "I bear no malice, dear Randal, and I write to you as affectionately as if you had kept your temper on the occasion when we last met. You will be pleased to hear that Catherine was as thoroughly distressed as you could wish her to be, when it became my disagreeable duty to mention what had passed between us, by way of accounting for your absence. She was quite unable to rally her spirits, even with dear Captain Bennydeck present to encourage her. "I'm not receiving you as I ought," she said to him when we began dinner, "but there is perhaps some excuse for me. I have lost the regard and esteem of an old friend who has cruelly wronged me. From motives of delicacy, which I don't expect you to understand, she refrained from mentioning your name. The prettiest answer that I ever heard was the answer that the Captain returned. 'Let the true friend,' he said, 'take the place in your heart which the false friend has lost.' He kissed her hand. If you had seen how he did it, and how she looked at him, you would have felt that you had done more toward persuading my daughter to marry the Captain than any other person about her, myself included. You had deserted her, you had thrown her back on the one true friend left. Thank you, Randal. In our best interests, thank you. It is needless to add that I got out of the way and took Kitty with me at the earliest opportunity, and left them by themselves. At bedtime I went into Catherine's room. Our interview began and ended in less than a minute. It was useless to ask if the Captain had proposed marriage. Her agitation sufficiently informed me of what had happened. My one question was, "Dearest Catherine, have you said yes?" She turned shockingly pale, and answered, "I have not said no." Could anything be more encouraging? God bless you. We shall meet at the wedding. Randal laid down the letter and filled his pipe again. He was not in the least exasperated. He was only anxious to hear from Mr. Sarrazin. If Mrs. Presty had seen him at that moment, she would have said to herself, "I forgot the wretch was a smoker." In half an hour more the door was opened by Malcolm, and Mr. Sarrazin in person answered his friend. "There are no such incorrigible gossips," he said, "as men in the smoking room of a club. Those popular newspapers began the mischief, and the editor of one of them completed it. How he got his information I am not able to say. The small talk turned on that report about the charming widow, and the editor congratulated himself on the delicacy of his conduct. When the paragraph reached me, he said, the writer mentioned that Mrs. Norman was that well-known lady, the divorced Mrs. Herbert Linley. I thought this rather too bad, and I cut it out. Your brother appears to have been present, but he seldom goes to the club, and none of the members knew him even by sight. Shall I give you a light? Your pipe's out." Randal's feelings at that moment were not within reach of the comforting influence of tobacco. "Do you think your brother has gone to Sydenham?" Mr. Sarrazin asked. Randal answered, "I haven't a doubt of it now." Chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 43. Know Your Own Mind. The garden of the hotel at Sydenham had originally belonged to a private house. Of great extent, it had been laid out in excellent taste. Flower beds and lawns, a handsome fountain, seats shaded by groups of fine trees at their full growth, completed the pastoral charm of the place. A winding path led across the garden from the back of the house. It had been continued by the speculator who purchased the property until it reached a road at the extremity of the grounds which communicated with the Crystal Palace. Visitors to the hotel had such pleasant associations with the garden that many of them returned at future opportunities instead of trying the attraction of some other place. Various tastes and different ages found their wishes equally consulted here. Children rejoiced in the finest playground they had ever seen. Remote walks, secluded among shrubberies, invited persons of reserved disposition who came as strangers, and as strangers desired to remain. The fountain and the lawn collected sociable visitors who were always ready to make acquaintance with each other. Even the amateur artist could take liberties with nature and find the accommodating limits of the garden sufficient for his purpose. Trees in the foreground sat to him for likenesses that were never recognized, and hills submitted to unprovoked familiarities on behalf of brushes which were not daunted by distance. On the day after the dinner which had so deplorably failed, in respect of one of the guests invited, to fulfill Catherine's anticipations, there was a festival at the palace. It had proved so generally attractive to the guests at the hotel that the grounds were almost deserted. As the sun declined on a lovely summer evening, the few invalids feebly wandering about the flower beds or resting under the trees began to return to the house in dread of the dew. Catherine and her child, with the nursemaid in attendance, were left alone in the garden. Kitty found her mother, as she openly declared, not such good company as usual. Since the day when her grandmother had said the fatal words which checked all further allusion to her father, the child had shown a disposition to complain if she was not constantly amused. She complained of Mrs. Presty now. "I think grandmamma might have taken me to the Crystal Palace," she said. "My dear, your grandmamma has friends with her, ladies and gentlemen who don't care to be troubled with a child." Kitty received this information in a very unamiable spirit. "I hate ladies and gentlemen," she said. "Even Captain Bennydeck?" her mother asked. "No, I like my nice captain, and I like the waiters. They would take me to the Crystal Palace, only they're always busy. I wish it was bedtime. I don't know what to do with myself." "Take a little walk with Susan." "Where shall I go?" Catherine looked toward the gate which opened on the road, and proposed a visit to the old man who kept the lodge. Kitty shook her head. There was an objection to the old man. "He asks questions. He wants to know how I get on with my sums. He's proud of his summing, and he finds me out when I'm wrong. I don't like the lodge keeper." Catherine looked the other way toward the house. The pleasant fall of water in the basin of the distant fountain was just audible. "Go and feed the goldfishes," she suggested. This was a prospect of amusement which at once raised Kitty's spirits. "That's the thing!" she cried, and ran off to the fountain with the nursemaid after her. Catherine seated herself under the trees, and watched in solitude the decline of the sun in a cloudless sky. The memory of the happy years of her marriage had never been so sadly and persistently present to her mind as at this time, when the choice of another married life waited her decision to become an accomplished fact. Remembrances of the past which she had such bitter reason to regret, and forebodings of the future, in which she was more than half inclined to believe, oppressed her at one and the same moment. She thought of the different circumstances, so widely separated by time, under which Herbert, years ago, and Bennydeck, 24 hours since, had each owned his love, and pleaded for an indulgent hearing. Her mind contrasted the dissimilar results. Pressed by the faithless man who had so cruelly wronged her in after years, she only wondered why he had waited so long before he asked her to marry him. Addressed with equal ardor by that other man, whose age, whose character, whose modest devotion offered her every assurance of happiness that a woman could desire, she had struggled against herself, and had begged him to give her a day to consider. That day was now drawing to an end. As she watched the setting sun, the phantom of her guilty husband darkened the heavenly light, embittered the distrust of herself which made her afraid to say yes, and left her helpless before the hesitation which prevented her from saying no. The figure of a man appeared on the lonely path that led to the lodge gate. Impulsively she rose from her seat as he advanced. She sat down again. After that first act of indecision, the flutter of her spirits abated. She was able to think. To avoid him after he had spared her at her own request would have been an act of ingratitude. To receive him was to place herself once more in the false position of a woman too undecided to know her own mind. Forced to choose between these alternatives, her true regard for Bennydeck forbade her to think of herself, and encouraged her to wait for him. As he came nearer she saw anxiety in his face and observed an open letter in his hand. He smiled as he approached her, and asked leave to take a chair at her side. At the same time, when he perceived that she had noticed his letter, he put it away hurriedly in his pocket. "I hope nothing has happened to annoy you," she said. He smiled again, and asked if she was thinking of his letter. "It is only a report," he added, "from my second in command, whom I have left in charge of my home. He is an excellent man, but I am afraid his temper is not proof against the ingratitude we sometimes meet with. He doesn't yet make allowances for what even the best natures suffer under the deteriorating influence of self-distrust and despair. No, I am not anxious about the results of this case. I forget all my anxieties, except one, when I am with you." His eyes told her that he was about to return to the one subject that she dreaded. She tried, as women will try in the little emergencies of their lives, to gain time. "I am interested about your home," she said. "I want to know what sort of place it is. Is the discipline very severe?" "There is no discipline," he answered warmly. "My one object is to be a friend to my friendless fellow creatures, and my one way of governing them is to follow the teaching of the Sermon on the Mount. Whatever else I may remind them of, when they come to me I am determined not to remind them of a prison. For this reason, though I pity the hardened wanderers of the street, I don't open my doors to them. Many a refuge in which discipline is inevitable is open to these poor sinners already. My welcome is offered to penitents and sufferers of another kind, who have fallen from positions in life in which the sense of honor has been cultivated, whose despair is associated with remembrances which I may so encourage, with the New Testament to help me, as to lead them back to the religious influences under which their purer and happier lives may have been passed. Here and there I meet with disappointments, but I persist in my system of trusting them as freely as if they were my own children, and for the most part they justify my confidence in them. On the day, if it ever comes, when I find discipline necessary, I shall suffer my disappointment and close my doors." "Is your house open," Catherine asked, "to men and women alike?" He was eager to speak with her on a subject more interesting to him even than his home. Answering her question in this frame of mind, his thoughts wandered. He drew lines absently with his walking stick on the soft earth under the trees. "The means at my disposal," he said, "are limited. I have been obliged to choose between the men and the women." "And you have chosen women?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because a lost woman is a more friendless creature than a lost man." "Do they come to you, or do you look for them?" "They mostly come to me. There is one young woman, however, now waiting to see me, whom I have been looking for. I am deeply interested in her." "Is it her beauty that interests you?" "I have not seen her since she was a child. She is the daughter of an old friend of mine, who died many years ago." "And with that claim on you, you keep her waiting?" "Yes." He let his stick drop on the ground, and looked at Catherine, but he offered no explanation of his strange conduct. She was a little disappointed. "You have been some time away from your home," she said, still searching for his reasons. "When do you go back?" "I go back," he answered, "when I know whether I may thank God for being the happiest man living." They were both silent. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 44. Think of Consequences. Catherine listened to the fall of winter in the basin of the fountain. She was conscious of a faint hope, a hope unworthy of her, that Kitty might get weary of the goldfishes, and might interrupt them. No such thing happened. No stranger appeared on the path which wound through the garden. She was alone with him. The influences of the still and fragrant summer evening were influences which breathed of love. "Have you thought of me since yesterday?" he asked, gently. She owned that she had thought of him. "Is there no hope that your heart will ever incline toward me?" "I daren't consult my heart. If I had only to consider my own feelings—" She stopped. "What else do you have to consider?" "My past life, how I have suffered, and what I have to repent of." "Has your married life not been a happy one?" he asked. "Not a happy one, in the end," she answered. "Through no fault of yours, I am sure." "Through no fault of mine, certainly." "And yet you said just now that you had something to repent of." "I was not thinking of my husband, Captain Bennydeck, when I said that. If I have injured any person, the person is myself." She was thinking of that fatal concession to the advice of her mother, and to the interests of her child, which placed her in a false position toward the honest man who loved her and trusted her. If he had been less innocent in the ways of the world, or not so devotedly fond of her, he might, little by little, have persuaded Catherine to run the risk of shocking him by a confession of the truth. As it was, his confidence in her raised him high above the reach of suspicions which might have occurred to the other men. He saw her turn pale. He saw distress in her face, which he interpreted as a silent reproach to him for the questions he had asked. "I hope you will forgive me," he said simply. She was astonished. "What I have to forgive? My want of delicacy? Oh, Captain Bennydeck, you speak of one of your great merits as if it were a fault. Over and over again I have noticed your delicacy, and admired it." He was too deeply in earnest to abandon his doubts of himself. "I have ignorantly led you to think of your sorrows," he said, "sorrows that I cannot console. I don't deserve to be forgiven. May I make the one excuse in my power? May I speak of myself?" She told him by a gesture that he had made a needless request. "The life I have led," he resumed, "accounts perhaps, in some degree, for what is deficient in me. At school I was not a popular boy. I only had one friend, and he was long since been numbered with the dead. Of my life at college, and afterward in London, I dare not speak to you. I look back at it with horror. My school friend decided my choice of a profession. He went into the navy. After a while, not knowing what else to do, I followed his example. I liked the life. I may say the sea saved me. For years I was never on shore for more than few weeks at a time. I saw nothing of society. I was hardly ever in the company of ladies. The next change in my life associated me with an Arctic expedition. God forbid I should tell you of what men go through who are lost in the regions of eternal ice. Let me only say I was preserved, miraculously preserved, to profit by that dreadful experience. It made a new man of me. It altered me, I hope for the better, into what I am now. Oh, I feel that I ought to have kept my secret yesterday. I mean, by daring to love you. I should have waited till you knew more of me, till my conduct pleased you perhaps, and spoke for me. You won't laugh, I am sure, if I confess, at my age, that I am inexperienced. Never till I met you have I known what true love is. And this at 40 years old. How some people would laugh! I own it seems melancholy to me. No, not melancholy. Her voice trembled. Agitation, which it was not a pain but a luxury to feel, was gently taking possession of her, where another man might have seen that her tenderness was getting the better of her discretion, and might have presumed on the discovery. This man, innocently blind to his own interests, never even attempted to take advantage of her. No more certain way could have been devised, by the most artful lover, of touching the heart of a generous woman, and making it his own. The influence exerted over Catherine by the virtues of Bennydeck's character, his unaffected kindness, his manly sympathy, his religious conviction so deeply felt, so modestly restrained from claiming notice, had been steadily increasing in the intimacy of daily intercourse. Catherine had never felt this ascendancy over her as strongly as she felt it now. By fine degrees, the warning remembrances which had hitherto made her hesitate lost their hold on her memory. Hardly conscious herself of what she was doing, she began to search his feelings in his own presence. Such love as his had been unknown in her experience. The luxury of looking into it, and sounding it to its inmost depths, was more than the woman's nature could resist. "I think you hardly do yourself justice," she said. "Surely you don't regret having felt for me so truly, when I told you yesterday that my old friend had deserted me?" "No, indeed. Do you like to remember that you showed no jealous curiosity to know who my friend was? I should have been ashamed of myself if I had asked the question. And did you believe that I had a good motive, a motive which you might yourself have appreciated, for not telling you the name of that friend? Is he someone whom I know? Ought you to ask me that after what I have just said? Pray forgive me. I spoke without thinking." "I can hardly believe it, when I remember how you spoke to me yesterday. I could never have supposed, before we became acquainted with each other, that it was in the nature of a man to understand me so perfectly, to be so gentle and so considerate in feeling for my distress. You confused me a little, I must own, by what you said afterward, but I am not sure that ought to be severe in blaming you. Sympathy, I mean such sympathy as yours, sometimes says more than the discretion can always approve. Have you not found it so yourself?" "I have found it so with you. And perhaps I have shown a little too plainly how dependent I am on you, how dreadful it would be to me if I lost you too as a friend." She blushed as she said it. When the words had escaped her, she felt that they might bear another meaning than the simple meaning which she had attached to them. He took her hand. His doubts of himself, his needless fear of offending her, restrained him no longer. "You can never lose me," he said, "if you will let me be the nearest friend that a woman can have. Bear with me, dearest. I ask for so much. I have so little to offer in return. I dream of a life with you which is perhaps too perfectly happy to be enjoyed on earth. And yet I cannot resign my delusion. Must my poor heart always long for happiness which is beyond my reach? If an overruling Providence guides our course through this world, may we not sometimes hope for happier ends than our mortal eyes can see?" He waited a moment, and sighed, and dropped her hand. She hid her face. She knew what it would tell him. She was ashamed to let him see it. "I didn't mean to distress you," he said sadly. She let him see her face. For a moment only she looked at him, and then let silence tell him the rest. His arms closed round her. Slowly the glory of sun faded from the heavens, and the soft summer twilight fell over the earth. "I can't speak," he whispered. "My happiness is too much for me." "Are you sure of your happiness?" she asked. "Could I think as I am thinking now, if I were not sure of it? Are you thinking of me, of you, and of all that you will be to me in the future? Oh, my angel, if God grants us many years to come, what a perfect life I see! Tell me, what do you see?" "I see a husband and a wife who are all in all to each other. If friends come to us, we are glad to bid them welcome, but we are always happiest by ourselves. Do we live in retirement? We live where you like best to live. Shall it be in the country?" "Yes, yes. You have spoken of the sea as you might have spoken of your best friend. We will be near the sea. But I must not keep you selfishly all to myself. I must remember how good you have been to poor creatures who don't feel our happiness, and who need our kindness. Perhaps I might help you. Do you doubt it?" "I only doubt whether I ought to let you see what I have seen. I am only afraid of the risk of making you unhappy. You tempt me to run the risk. The help of a woman, and of such a woman as you are, is the only thing I have wanted. Your influence would succeed where my influence has often failed. How good, how thoughtful you would be!" "I only want to be worthy of you," she said humbly. "When may I see your home?" He drew her closer to him. Tenderly and timidly he kissed her for the first time. "It rests with you," he answered. "When will you be my wife?" She hesitated. He felt her trembling. "Is there any obstacle?" he asked. Before she could reply, Kitty's voice was heard calling to her mother. Kitty ran up to them. Catherine turned cold as the child caught her by the hand, eagerly claiming her attention. All that she should have remembered, all that she had forgotten in a few bright moments of illusion, rose in judgment against her, and struck her mind prostrate in an instant when she felt Kitty's touch. Bennydeck saw the change. Was it possible that the child's sudden appearance had startled her? Kitty had something to say, and said it before he could speak. "Mamma, I want to go where the other children are going. Susan's gone to her supper. You take me?" Her mother was not even listening. Kitty turned impatiently to Bennydeck. "Why won't mamma speak to me?" she asked. He quieted her by a word. "You shall go with me." His anxiety about Catherine was more than he could endure. "Pray let me take you back to the house," he said. "I am afraid you are not well." "I shall be better directly. Do me a kindness. Take the child." She spoke faintly and vacantly. Bennydeck hesitated. She lifted her trembling hands in entreaty. "I beg you will leave me." Her voice, her manner, made it impossible to disobey. He turned resignedly to Kitty, and asked which way she wanted to go. The child pointed down the path to one of the towers of the Crystal Palace, visible in the distance. "The governess has taken others to see the company go away," she said. "I want to go too." Bennydeck looked back before he lost sight of Catherine. She remained seated, in the attitude in which he had left her, at the farther end of the path which led to the hotel. He thought he saw a figure in the twilight, approaching from the house. There would be help near, if Catherine wanted it. His uneasy mind was in some degree relieved as he and Kitty left the garden together. End of chapter 44. Recording by Lambda.
Chapter 45 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Renate. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 45. Love Your Enemies. She tried to think of Benedek. Her eyes followed him as long as he was in sight, but her thoughts wandered. To look at him now was to look at the little companion walking by his side. Still, the child reminded her of the living father. Still, the child innocently tortured her with the consciousness of deceit. The faithless man from whom the law had released her possessed himself of her thoughts in spite of the law. He, and he only, was the visionary companion of her solitude when she was left by herself. Did he remind her of the sin that he had committed, of the insult that he had inflicted on the woman whom he had vowed to love and cherish? No, he recalled to her the years of love that she had passed by his side. He upbraided her with the happiness which she had owed to him in the prime and glory of her life. Woman, set that against the wrong which I have done to you. You have the right to condemn me, and society has the right to condemn me, but I am your child's father still. Forget me if you can. All thought will be the test of solitude, excepting only the thought that finds its origin in hopeless self-reproach. The soft mystery of twilight, the solemn silence of the slowly coming night dawned at Catherine in that lonely place. She rose to return to light in human beings. As she set her face toward the house, a discovery confronted her. She was not alone. A woman was standing on the path, apparently looking at her. In the dim light and at the distance between them, recognition of the woman was impossible. She neither moved nor spoke. Strained to their utmost point of tension, Catherine's nerves quivered at the sight of that shadowy, solitary figure. She dropped back on the seat. In tones that trembled she said, "Who are you? What do you want?" The voice that answered was, like her own voice, faint with fear. It said, "I want a word with you." Moving slowly forward, stopping, moving onward again, hesitating again, the woman at last approached. There was light enough left to reveal her face, now that she was near. It was the face of Sydney Westerfield. The survival of childhood in the mature human being betrays itself most readily in the sex that bears children. The chances and changes of life show the child's mobility of emotion constantly associating itself with the passion of the woman. At the moment of recognition, the troubled mind of Catherine was instantly steadied under the influence of that coarser sense which levels us with the animals, the sense of anger. "I am amazed at your audacity," she said. There was no resentment, there was only patient submission in Sydney's reply. "Twice I have approached the house in which you are living, and twice my courage has failed me. I have gone away again. I have walked I don't know where. I don't know how far. Shame and fear seem to be insensible to fatigue. This is my third attempt. If I was a little nearer to you, I think you would see what the effort has cost me. I have not much to say. May I ask you to hear me? You have taken me by surprise, Miss Westerfield. You have no right to do that. I refuse to hear you. Try, madam, to bear in mind that no unhappy creature in my place would expose herself to your anger and contempt without a serious reason. Will you think again?" "No." Sydney turned to go away and suddenly stopped. Another person was advancing from the hotel. An interruption, a trivial domestic interruption, presented itself. The nursemaid had missed the child, and had come into the garden to see if she was with her mother. "Where is Miss Kitty, ma'am?" the girl asked. Her mistress told her what had happened, and sent her to the palace to relieve Captain Bennydeck of the charge that he had undertaken. Susan listened, looking at Sydney and recognizing the familiar face. As the girl moved away, Sydney spoke to her. "I hope little Kitty is well and happy?" The mother does not live who could have resisted the tone in which that question was put, the broken heart, the love for the child that still lived in it, spoke in accents that even touched the servant. She came back, remembering the happy days when the governess had won their hearts at Mount Morven, and, for a moment at least, remembering nothing else. "Quite well and happy, miss, thank you," Susan said. As she hurried away on her errand, she saw her mistress beckon to Sydney to return, and placed a chair for her. The nursemaid was not near enough to hear what followed. "Miss Westerfield, will you forget what I said just now?" With those words, Catherine pointed to the chair. "I am ready to hear you," she resumed, "but I have something to ask first. Does what you wish to say to me relate only to yourself?" "It relates to another person as well as to myself." That reply, and the inference to which it led, tried Catherine's resolution to preserve her self-control, as nothing had tried it yet. "If that other person," she began, "means Mr. Herbert Linley—" Sydney interrupted her, in words which she was entirely unprepared to hear. "I shall never see Mr. Herbert Linley again." "Has he deserted you?" "No, it is I who have left him." "You?" The emphasis laid on that one word forced Sydney to assert herself for the first time. "If I had not left him of my own free will," she said, "what else would excuse me for venturing to come here?" Catherine's sense of justice felt the force of that reply. At the same time her sense of injury set its own construction on Sydney's motive. "Has his cruelty driven you away from him?" she asked. "If he has been cruel to me," Sydney answered, "do you think I should have come here to complain of it to you? Do me the justice to believe that I am not capable of such self-degradation as that. I have nothing to complain of." "And yet you have left him?" "He has been all that is kind and considerate. He has done everything that a man in his unhappy position could do to set my mind at ease, and yet I have left him. Oh, I claim no merit for my repentance, bitterly as I feel it. I might not have had the courage to leave him, if he had loved me as he once loved you. Miss Westerfield, you are the last person living who ought to allude to my married life. You may perhaps pardon the allusion, madam, when you have heard what I have still to say. I owe it to Mr. Herbert Linley, if not to you, to confess that his life with me has not been a life of happiness. He has tried, compassionately tried, to keep his secret sorrow from discovery, and he has failed. I had long suspected the truth, but I only saw it in his face when he found the book you left behind you at the hotel. Your image has, from first to last, been the one living image in his guilty heart. I am the miserable victim of a man's passing fancy. You have been, you are still, the one object of a husband's love. Ask your own heart if the woman lives who can say to you what I have said, unless she knew it to be true." Catherine's head sunk on her bosom. Her helpless hands lay trembling on her lap, overpowered by the confession which she had just heard, a confession which had followed closely on the thoughts inspired by the appearance of the child. Her agitation was beyond control. Her mind was unequal to the effort of decision. The woman who had been wronged, who had the right to judge for herself and to speak for herself, was the silent woman of the two. It was not quite dark yet. Sydney could see as well as hear. For the first time since the beginning of the interview, she allowed the impulse of the moment to lead her astray. In her eagerness to complete the act of atonement, she failed to appreciate the severity of the struggle that was passing in Catherine's mind. She alluded again to Herbert Linley, and she spoke too soon. "Will you let him ask your pardon?" she said. "He expects no more." Catherine's spirit was roused in an instant. "He expects too much," she answered sternly. "Is he here by your connivance? Is he too waiting to take me by surprise?" "I am incapable, madam, of taking such a liberty with you as that. I may perhaps have hoped to be able to tell him, by writing, of a different reception." She checked herself. "I beg your pardon if I have ventured to hope. I dare not ask you to alter your opinion." "Do you dare to look the truth in the face?" Catherine interposed. "Do you remember what sacred ties that man has broken, what memories he has profaned, what years of faithful love he has cast from him? Must I tell you how he poisoned his wife's mind with doubts of his truth and despair of his honor when he basely deserted her? You talk of your repentance. Does your repentance forget that he would still have been my blameless husband but for you?" Sydney silently submitted to reproach, silently endured the shame that finds no excuse for itself. Catherine looked at her and relented. The noble nature which could stop to anger, but never sink to the lower depths of malice and persecution, restrained itself and made amends. "I say it in no unkindness to you," she resumed, "but when you ask me to forgive, consider what you ask me to forget. It will only distress us both if we remain longer together," she continued, rising as she spoke. "Perhaps you will believe that I mean well, when I ask if there is anything I can do for you." "Nothing." All that desolation of the lost woman told its terrible tale in that one word. Invited to rest herself in the hotel, she asked leave to remain where she was. The mere effort of rising was too much for her now. Catherine said the parting words kindly. "I believe in your good intentions. I believe in your repentance." "Believe in my punishment." After that reply, no more was said. Behind the trees that closed the view at the further extremity of the lawn, the moon was rising. As the two women lost sight of each other, the new light, pure and beautiful, began to dawn over the garden. End of chapter 45. Recording by Renate.
Chapter 46 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 46. Nil Desperandum. No horror of her solitude, no melancholy recollections, no dread of the future disturbed Sydney's mind. The one sense left in her was the sense of fatigue. Vacantly, mechanically, the girl rested as a tired animal might have rested. She saw nothing, heard nothing. The one feeling of which she was conscious was the dull aching in every limb. The moon climbed the heavens, brightened the topmost leaves of the trees, found the gloom in which Sydney was hidden, and cheered it tenderly with radiant light. She was too weary to sleep, too weary even to shade her face when the moonbeams touched it. While the light still strengthened, while the slow minutes still followed each other unheeded, the one influence that could rouse Sydney found her at last, set her faint heart throbbing, called her prostrate spirits to life again. She heard a glad cry of recognition in a child's voice. "Oh, Sydney dear, is it you?" In another instant her little pupil and playfellow of former days was in her arms. "My darling, how did you come here?" Susan answered the question. "We are on our way back from the palace, miss. I am afraid," she said timidly, "that we ought to go in." Silently resigned, Sydney tried to release the child. Kitty clung to her and kissed her. Kitty set the nurse at defiance. "Do you think I'm going to leave Syd now that I have found her? Susan, I am astonished at you." Susan gave way. Where nature is gentle, kindness and delicacy go hand in hand together, undisturbed by the social irregularities which beset the roadway of life. The nursemaid drew back out of hearing. Kitty's first questions followed each other in breathless succession. Some of them proved to be hard, indeed, to answer truly, and without reserve. She inquired if Sydney had seen her mother, and then she was eager to know why Sydney had been left in the garden alone. "Why haven't you gone back to the house with mamma?" she asked. "Don't ask me, dear," was all that Sydney could say. Kitty drew the inevitable conclusion. "Have you and mamma quarrelled?" "Oh, no." "Then come indoors with me." "Wait a little, Kitty, and tell me something about yourself. How do you get on with your lessons?" "You dear, foolish governess, do you expect me to learn my lessons when I haven't got you to teach me? Where have you been all this long while? I wouldn't have gone away and left you." She paused. Her eager eyes studied Sydney's face with the unrestrained curiosity of a child. "Is it the moonlight that makes you look pale and wretched?" she said. "Or are you really unhappy? Tell me, Syd, do you ever sing any of those songs that I taught you when you first came to us?" "Never, dear." "Have you anybody to go out walking with you and running races with you, as I did?" "No, my sweet. Those days have gone by for ever." Kitty laid her head sadly on Sydney's bosom. "It's not the moonlight," she said. "Shall I tell you a secret? Sometimes I am not happy either. Poor papa is dead. He always liked you. I'm sure you are sorry for him." Astonishment held Sydney speechless. Before she could ask who had so cruelly deceived the child, and for what purpose, the nursemaid standing behind the chair warned her to be silent by a touch. "I think we are all unhappy now," Kitty went on, still following her own little train of thought. "Mamma isn't like what she used to be, and even my nice captain hasn't a word to say to me. He wouldn't come back with us. He said he would go back by himself." Another allusion which took Sydney by surprise. She asked who the captain was. Kitty started as if the question shocked her. "Oh, dear, dear, this is what comes of you going away and leaving us. You don't know Captain Bennydeck." The name of her father's correspondent, the name which she vaguely remembered to have heard in her childhood. "Where did you first meet with him?" she inquired. "At the seaside, dear." "Do you mean at Sandyseal?" "Yes. Mamma liked him, and grandmamma liked him, which is wonderful, and I gave him a kiss. Promise me not to tell. My nice captain is going to be my new papa." Was there any possible connection between what Kitty had just said and what the poor child had been deluded into believing when she spoke of her father? Even Susan seemed to be in the secret of this strange second marriage. She interfered with a sharp reproof. "You mustn't talk in that way, Miss Kitty. Please put her off your lap, Miss Westerfield. We have been here too long already." Kitty proposed a compromise. "I'll go," she said, "if Syd will come with me." "I'm sorry, my darling, to disappoint you." Kitty refused to believe it. "You couldn't disappoint me if you tried," she said boldly. "Indeed, indeed, I must go away. Oh, Kitty, try to bear it as I do." Entreaties were useless. The child refused to hear of another parting. "I want to make you and mamma friends again. Don't break my heart, Sydney. Come home with me, and teach me, and play with me, and love me." She pulled desperately at Sydney's dress. She called to Susan to help her. With tears in her eyes, the girl did her best to help them both. "Miss Westerfield will wait here," she said to Kitty, "while you speak to your mamma. Say yes," she whispered to Sydney. "It's our only chance." The child instantly exacted a promise. In the earnestness of her love she even dictated the words. "Say it after me, as I used to say my lessons," she insisted. "Say, 'Kitty, I promise to wait for you.'" Who that loved her could have refused to say it? In one form or another, the horrid necessity for deceit had followed, and was still following, that first, worst act of falsehood, the elopement from Mount Morven. Kitty was now as eager to go as she had been hitherto resolute to remain. She called for Susan to follow her, and ran to the hotel. "My mistress won't let her come back. You can leave the garden that way." The maid pointed the path to the left, and hurried after the child. They were gone, and Sydney was alone again. At the parting with Kitty the measure of her endurance was full. Not even the farewell at Mount Morven had tried her by any ordeal so cruel as this. No kind woman was willing to receive her and employ her now. The one creature who loved her was the faithful little friend whom she must never see again. "I am still innocent to that child," she thought, "and I am parted from her for ever." She rose to leave the garden. The farewell look at the last place in which she had seen Kitty tempted her to indulge in a moment of delay. Her eyes rested on the turn of the path at which she had lost sight of the active little figure hastening away to plead her cause. Even in absence the child was Sydney's good angel still. As she turned away to follow the path that had been shown to her, the relief of tears came at last. It cooled her burning head. It comforted her aching heart. She tried to walk on. The tears blinded her. She strayed from the path. She would have fallen but for a hand that caught her and held her up. A man's voice, firm and deep and kind, quieted her first wild feeling of terror. "My child, you are not fit to be by yourself. Let me take care of you. Let me comfort you if I can." He carried her back to the seat that she had left, and waited by her in merciful silence. "You are very young to feel such bitter sorrow," he said, when she was composed again. "I don't ask what your sorrow is. I only want to know how I can help you." "Nobody can help me." "Can I take you back to your friends?" "I have no friends." "Pardon me, you have one friend at least. You have me." "You? A stranger?" "No human creature who needs my sympathy is a stranger." She turned toward him for the first time. In her new position she was clearly visible in the light. He looked at her attentively. "I have seen you somewhere," he said, "before now." She had not noticed him when they had passed each other at Sandyseal. "I think you must be mistaken," she answered. "May I thank you for your kindness, and may I hope to be excused if I say good night?" He detained her. "Are you sure that you are well enough to go away by yourself?" he asked anxiously. "I am quite sure." He still detained her. His memory of that first meeting at the seaside hotel reminded him that he had seen her in the company of a man. At their second meeting she was alone, and in tears. Sad experience led him to form his own conclusions. "If you won't let me take care of you," he said, "will you consider if I can be of any use to you, and will you call at that address?" He gave her his card. She took it without looking at it. She was confused. She hardly knew what to say. "Do you doubt me?" he asked, sadly, not angrily. "Oh, how can I do that? I doubt myself. I am not worthy of the interest you feel in me." "That is a sad thing to say," he answered. "Let me try to give you confidence in yourself. Do you go to London when you leave this place?" "Yes." "To-morrow," he resumed, "I am going to see another poor girl who is alone in the world like you. If I tell you where she lives, will you ask her if I am a person to be trusted?" He had taken a letter from his pocket while he was speaking, and he now tore off a part of the second leaf and gave it to her. "I have only lately," he said, "received the address from a friend." As he offered that explanation, the shrill sound of a child's voice, raised in anger and entreaty, reached her ears from the neighbourhood of the hotel. Faithful little Kitty had made her escape, determined to return to Sydney. had been overtaken by the maid, and had been carried back in Susan's arms to the house. Sydney imagined that she was not perhaps alone in recognizing the voice. The stranger who had been so kind to her did certainly start and look round. The stillness of the night was disturbed no more. The man turned again to the person who had so strongly interested him. The person was gone. In fear of being followed, Sydney hurried to the railway station. By the light in the carriage she looked for the first time at the fragment of the letter and the card. The stranger had presented her with her own address, and, when she looked at the card, the name was Bennydeck. Chapter 46. Chapter 47 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 47. Better do it than wish it done. More than once, on one and the same day, the captain had been guilty of a weakness which would have taken his oldest friends by surprise if they had seen him at the moment. He hesitated. A man who has commanded ships and has risked his life in the regions of the frozen deep is a man formed by nature and taught by habit to meet emergency face to face, to see his course straight before him, and to take it, lead him where it may. But nature and habit, formidable forces as they are, find their master when they encounter the passion of love. At once perplexed and distressed by that startling change in Catherine which he had observed when her child approached her, Bennydeck's customary firmness failed him when the course of conduct towards his betrothed wife which it might be most becoming to follow presented itself to him as a problem to be solved. When Kitty asked him to accompany her nursemaid and herself on their return to the hotel, he had refused because he felt reluctant to intrude himself on Catherine's notice, until she was ready to admit him to her confidence of her own free will. Left alone, he began to doubt whether delicacy did really require him to make the sacrifice which he had contemplated not 5 minutes since. It was surely possible that Catherine might be waiting to see him, which might then offer the explanation which would prove to be equally a relief on both sides. He was on his way to the hotel when he met with Sydney Westerfield. To see a woman in the sorest need of all that tenderness and consideration could offer, and to leave her as helpless as he had found her, would have been an act of brutal indifference revolting to any man possessed of even ordinary sensibility. The captain had only followed his natural impulses, and had only said and done what, in nearly similar cases, he had said and done on other occasions. Left by himself, he advanced a few steps mechanically on the way by which Sydney had escaped him, and then stopped. Was there any sufficient reason for his following her and intruding himself on her notice? She had recovered, she was in possession of his address, she had been referred to a person who could answer for his good intentions. All that it was his duty to do had been done already. He turned back again, in the direction of the hotel. Hesitating once more, he paused half-way along the corridor which led to Catherine's sitting-room. Voices reached him from persons who had entered the house by the front door. He recognized Mrs. Presty's loud, confident tones. She was taking her leave of friend, and was standing with her back towards him. Bennydeck waited, unobserved, until he saw her enter the sitting-room. No such explanation as he was in search of could possibly take place in the presence of Catherine's mother. He returned to the garden. Mrs. Presty was in high spirits. She had enjoyed the festival. She had taken the lead among the friends who accompanied her to the palace. She had ordered everything, and paid for nothing, at the worst of all bad public dinners in England, the dinner which pretends to be French. In a buoyant frame of mind, ready for more enjoyment if she could only find it, what did she see on opening the sitting-room door? To use the expressive language of the stage, Catherine was "discovered alone," with her elbows on the table and her face hidden in her hands, the picture of despair. Mrs. Presty surveyed the spectacle before her with righteous indignation visible in every line of her face. The arrangement which bound her daughter to give Bennydeck his final reply on that day had been well known to her when she left the hotel in the morning. The conclusion at which she arrived, on returning at night, was expressed with Roman brevity and Roman eloquence in 4 words: "Oh, the poor captain!" Catherine suddenly looked up. "I knew it," Mrs. Presty continued, with her sternest emphasis. "I see what you have done, in your face. You have refused Bennydeck." "God forgive me, I have been wicked enough to accept him." Hearing this, some mothers might have made apologies, and other mothers might have asked what that penitential reply could possibly mean. Mrs. Presty was no matron of the ordinary type. She welcomed the good news without taking the smallest notice of the expression of self-reproach which had accompanied it. "My dear child, accept the congratulations of your fond old mother. I have never been one of the kissing sort, I mean, of course, where women are concerned, but this is an occasion which justifies something quite out of the common way. Come and kiss me." Catherine took no notice of that outburst of maternal love. "I have forgotten everything that I ought to have remembered," she said, "in my vanity, in my weakness, in my selfish enjoyment of the passing moment. I have been too supremely happy even to think of the trials of my past life, and of the false position in which they have placed me toward a man whom I ought to be ashamed to deceive. I have only been recalled to a sense of duty, I might almost say to a sense of decency, by my poor little child. If Kitty had not reminded me of her father—" Mrs. Presty dropped into a chair. She was really frightened. Her fat cheeks trembled like a jelly on a dish that is suddenly moved. "Has that man been here?" she asked. "What man?" "The man who may break off your marriage if he meets with the captain. Has Herbert Linley been here?" "Certainly not. The one person associated with my troubles whom I have seen to day is Sydney Westerfield." Mrs. Presty bounced out of her chair. "You have seen Sydney Westerfield?" she repeated, with emphatic pauses which expressed amazement tempered by unbelief. "Yes, I have seen her." "Where?" "In the garden." "And spoken to her?" "Yes." Mrs. Presty raised her eyes to the ceiling. Whether she expected our old friend, the recording angel, to take down the questions and answers that had just passed, or whether she was only waiting to see the hotel that held her daughter collapse under a sense of moral responsibility, it is not possible to decide. After an awful pause, the old lady remembered that she had something more to say, and said it. "I make no remark, Catherine. I don't even want to know what you and Miss Westerfield said to each other. At the same time, as a matter of convenience to myself, I wish to ascertain whether I must leave this hotel or not. The same house doesn't hold that woman and me. Has she gone?" "She has gone." Mrs. Presty looked round the room. "And taken Kitty with her?" she asked. "Don't speak of Kitty!" Catherine cried, in greatest distress. "I have had to keep the poor innocent affectionate child apart from Miss Westerfield by force. My heart aches when I think of it." "I am not surprised, Catherine. My granddaughter has been brought up on the modern system. Children are all little angels. No punishments, only gentle remonstrance. Don't be naughty, dear, because you will make poor mamma unhappy, and then mamma grieves over it, and wonders over it, when she finds her little angel disobedient. What a fatal system of education! All my success in life, every quality that endeared me to your father and Mr. Presty, every social charm that has made me the idol of society, I attribute entirely to judicious correction in early life, applied freely with the open hand. We will change the subject. Where is dear Bennydeck? I want to congratulate him on his approaching marriage." She looked hard at the daughter, and mentally added, "He'll live to regret it." Catherine knew nothing of the captain's movements. "Like you," she told her mother, "I have something to say to him, and I don't know where he is." Mrs. Presty still kept her eyes fixed on her daughter. Nobody, observing Catherine's face, and judging also by the tone of her voice, would have supposed that she was alluding to the man whose irresistible attractions had won her. She looked ill at ease, and she spoke sadly. "You don't seem to be in good spirits, my dear," Mrs. Presty gently suggested. "No lovers' quarrel already, I hope?" "Nothing of the kind." "Can I be of any use to you?" "You might be of the greatest use, but I know only too well you would refuse." Thus far, Mrs. Presty had been animated by curiosity. She began now to feel vaguely alarmed. "After all that I have done for you," she answered, "I don't think you ought to say that. Why should I refuse?" Catherine hesitated. Her mother persisted in pressing her. "Has it anything to do with Captain Bennydeck?" "Yes." "What is it?" Catherine roused her courage. "You know what it is as well as I do," she said. "Captain Bennydeck believes that I am free to marry him because I am a widow. You might help me to tell him the truth." "What?" The exclamation of horror and astonishment was loud enough to have been heard in the garden. If Mrs. Presty's hair had been all her own, it must have been hair that stood on end. Catherine quietly rose. "We won't discuss it," she said, with resignation. "I knew you would refuse me." She approached the door. Her mother got up and resolutely stood in the way. "Before you commit an act of downright madness," Mrs. Presty said, "I mean to try, if I can, to stop you. Go back to your chair." Catherine refused. "I know how it will end," she answered, "and the sooner it ends the better. You will find that I am quite as determined as you are. A man who loves me as he loves me is a man whom I refuse to deceive." "Let's have it out plainly," Mrs. Presty insisted. "He believes your first marriage has been dissolved by death. Do you mean to tell him that it has been dissolved by divorce?" "I do." "What right has he to know it?" "A right that is not to be denied. A wife must have no secrets from her husband." Mrs. Presty hit back smartly. "You're not his wife yet. Wait till you are married." "Never! Who but a wretch would marry an honest man under false pretenses?" "I deny the false pretenses. You talk as if you were an impostor. Are you, or are you not, the accomplished lady who has charmed him? Are you, or are you not, the beautiful woman whom he loves? There isn't a stain on your reputation. In every respect you are the wife he wants, and the wife who is worthy of him. And you are cruel enough to disturb the poor man about a matter that doesn't concern him. You are fool enough to raise doubts of you in his mind, and give him a reproach to cast in your teeth the first time you do anything that happens to offend him. Any woman, I don't care who she may be, might envy the home that's waiting for you and your child, if you're wise enough to hold your tongue. Upon my word, Catherine, I'm ashamed of you. Have you no principles?" She really meant it. The purely selfish considerations which she urged on her daughter were so many undeniable virtues in Mrs. Presty's estimation. She took the highest moral ground, and stood up and crowed on it, with a pride in her own principles which the primate of all England might have envied. But Catherine's rare resolution held as firm as ever. She got a little nearer to the door. "Good night, mamma," was the only reply she made. "Is that all you have to say to me?" "I am tired, and I must rest. Please let me go." Mrs. Presty threw open the door with a bang. "You refuse to take my advice?" she said. "Oh, very well, have your own way. You are sure to prosper in the end. These are the days of exhibitions and gold medals. If there is ever an exhibition of idiots at large, I know who might win the prize." Catherine was accustomed to preserve her respect for her mother under difficulties, but this was far more than her sense of filial duty could successfully endure. "I only wish I had never taken your advice," she answered. "Many a miserable moment would have been spared me, if I had always done what I am doing now. You have been the evil genius of my life since Miss Westerfield first came into our house." She passed through the open doorway, stopped, and came back again. "I didn't mean to offend you, mamma, but you do say such irritating things. Good night." Not a word of reply acknowledged that kindly meant apology. Mrs. Presty, vivacious Mrs. Presty of the indomitable spirit and the ready tongue, was petrified. She, the guardian angel of the family, whose experience, devotion, and sound sense had steered Catherine through difficulties and dangers which must have otherwise ended in utter domestic shipwreck, she, the model mother, had been stigmatized as the evil genius of her daughter's life by no less a person than that daughter herself. What was to be said? What was to be done? What terrible and unexampled course of action should be taken after such an insult as this? Mrs. Presty stood helpless in the middle of the room, and asked herself these questions, and waited and wondered, and found no answer. An interval passed. There was a knock at the door. A waiter appeared. He said, "A gentleman to see Mrs. Norman." The gentleman entered the room and revealed himself. Herbert Linley. End of chapter 47.
Chapter 48 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Camille Hill. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 48. The divorced husband looked at his mother-in-law without making the slightest sacrifice to the claims of politeness. He neither offered his hand nor made his bow. His frowning eyebrows, his flushed face, betrayed the anger that was consuming him. "I want to see Catherine," he said. This deliberate rudeness proved to be the very stimulant that was required to restore Mrs. Presty to herself. The smile that always meant mischief made its threatening appearance on the old lady's face. "What sort of company have you been keeping since I last saw you?" she began. "What have you got to do with the company I keep?" "Nothing whatever, I am happy to say. I was merely wondering whether you have been traveling lately in the south part of Africa, and have lived exclusively in the society of Hottentots. The only other explanation of your behavior is that I have been so unfortunate as to offend you. But it seems improbable. I am not your wife." "Thank God for that. Thank God, as you say. But I should really be glad, as a mere matter of curiosity, to know what your extraordinary conduct means. You present yourself in this room uninvited. You find a lady here, and you behave as if you had come into a shop and wanted to ask the price of something. Let me give you a lesson in good manners. Observe. I receive you with a bow, and I say, 'How do you do, Mr. Linley? Do you understand me?' I don't want to understand you. I want to see Catherine." "Who is Catherine?" "You know as well as I do. Your daughter." "My daughter, sir, is a stranger to you. We will speak of her, if you please, by the name, the illustrious name which she inherited at her birth. You wish to see Mrs. Norman? Call her what you like. I have a word to say to her, and I mean to say it." "No, Mr. Linley, You won't say it. We'll see about that. Where is she? My daughter is not well. Well or ill, I shan't keep her long. My daughter has retired to her room. Where is her room? Mrs. Presty moved to the fireplace and laid her hand on the bell. Are you aware that this house is a hotel? She asked. It doesn't matter to me what it is. Oh, yes, it does. A hotel keeps waiters. A hotel, when it is as large as this, has a policeman in attendance. Must I ring? The choice between giving way to Mrs. Presty or being disgracefully dismissed was placed plainly before him. Herbert's life had been the life of a gentleman. He knew that he had forgotten himself. It was impossible that he could hesitate. I won't trouble you to ring, he said, and I will beg your pardon for having allowed my temper to get the better of me. At the same time, it ought to be remembered, I think, in my favour, that I have had some provocation. I don't agree with you, Mrs. Presty answered. She was deaf to any appeal for mercy from Herbert Linley. As to provocation, she added, returning to her chair without asking him to be seated, when you apply that word to yourself, you insult my daughter and me. You provoked, oh heavens! You wouldn't say that, he urged, speaking with marked restraint of tone and manner, if you knew what I have had to endure. Mrs. Presty suddenly looked toward the door. Wait a minute, she said. I think I hear somebody coming in. In the silence that followed, footsteps were audible outside, not approaching the door, however, but retiring from it. Mrs. Presty had apparently been mistaken. Yes, she said resignedly, permitting Herbert to proceed. He really had something to say for himself, and he said it with sufficient moderation. That he had been guilty of serious offences he made no attempt to deny, but he pleaded that he had not escaped without justly suffering for what he had done. He had been entirely in the wrong when he threatened to take the child away from her mother by force of law. But had he not been punished when his wife obtained her divorce, and separated him from his little daughter as well as from herself? No, Mrs. Presty failed to see it. If anybody had suffered by the divorce, the victim was her injured daughter. Still patient, Herbert did not deny the injury. He only submitted once more that he had suffered his punishment. Whether his life with Sydney Westerfield had or had not been a happy one, he must decline to say. He would only declare that it had come to an end. She had left him. Yes, she had left him forever. He had no wish to persuade her to return to their guilty life. They were both penitent. They were both ashamed of it. But she had gone away without the provision which he was bound in honor to offer to her. She is friendless. She may be in a state of poverty that I tremble to think of, Herbert declared. Is there nothing to plead for me in such anxiety as I am suffering now? Mrs. Presty stopped him there. She had heard enough of Sydney already. "I see nothing to be gained," she said, "by dwelling on the past, and I should be glad to know why you have come to this place tonight." "I have come to see Kitty." "Quite out of the question. Don't tell me that, Mrs. Presty. I'm one of the wretchedest men living, and I ask for the consolation of seeing my child. Kitty hasn't forgotten me yet, I know. Her mother can't be so cruel as to refuse. She shall fix her own time and send me away when she likes. I'll submit to anything. Will you ask Catherine to let me see Kitty?" "I can't do that." "Why not?" "For private reasons." "What reasons?" "For reasons into which you have no right to inquire." He got up from his chair. His face presented the same expression which Mrs. Presty had seen on it when he first entered the room. "When I came in here," he said, "I wished to be certain of one thing. Your prevarication has told me what I wanted to know. The newspapers had Catherine's own authority for it, Mrs. Presty, when they called her widow. I know now why my brother, who never deceived me before, has deceived me about this. I understand the part that your daughter has been playing, and I am as certain as if I heard it of the devilish lie that one of you, perhaps both of you, must have told my poor child. No, no, I had better not see Catherine. Many a man has killed his wife, and has not had such good reason for doing it as I have. You are quite right to keep her away from me." He stopped, and looked suddenly toward the door. "I hear her," he cried. "She's coming in." The footsteps outside were audible once more. This time they were approaching. They were close to the door. Herbert drew back from it, looking round to see that he was out of the way. Mrs. Presty rushed forward, tore open the door in terror of what might happen, and admitted Captain Bennydeck. End of chapter 48. Recorded by Camille Hill, Basingstoke, United Kingdom.
Chapter 49 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 49. Keep the Secret. The captain's attention was first attracted by the visitor whom he found in the room. He bowed to the stranger, but the first impression produced on him did not appear to have been of the favourable kind when he turned next to Mrs. Presty. Observing that she was agitated, he made the customary apologies, expressing his regret if he had been so unfortunate as to commit an intrusion. Trusting in the good sense and good breeding which distinguished him on other occasions, Mrs. Presty anticipated that he would see the propriety of leaving her alone again with the person whom he had found in her company. To her dismay, he remained in the room, and, worse still, he noticed her daughter's absence, and asked if there was any serious cause for it. For the moment Mrs. Presty was unable to reply. Her presence of mind or, to put it more correctly, her ready audacity, deserted her when she saw Catherine's husband that had been, and Catherine's husband that was to be, meeting as strangers, and but too likely to discover each other. In all her experience she had never been placed in such a position of embarrassment as the position in which she found herself now. The sense of honour which had prompted Catherine's resolution to make Bennydeck acquainted with the catastrophe of married life might plead her excuse in the estimation of a man devotedly attached to her. But if the captain was first informed that he had been deceived by a person who was a perfect stranger to him, what hope could be entertained of his still holding himself bound by his marriage engagement? It was even possible that distrust had already been excited in his mind. He must certainly have heard a man's voice raised in anger when he approached the door, and he was now observing that man with an air of curiosity which was already assuming the appearance of distrust. That Herbert, on his side, resented the captain's critical examination of him was plainly visible on his face. After a glance at Bennydeck, he asked Mrs. Presty who that gentleman was. "I may be mistaken," he added, "but I thought your friend looked at me just now as if he knew me." "I have met you, sir, before this." The captain made the reply with a courteous composure of tone and manner which apparently reminded Herbert of the claims of politeness. "May I ask where I had the honour of seeing you?" he inquired. "We passed each other in the hall of the hotel at Sandyseal. You had a young woman with you." "Your memory is a better one than mine, sir. I fail to remember the circumstance to which you refer." Bennydeck let the matter rest there. Struck by the remarkable appearance of embarrassment in Mrs. Presty's manner, and feeling, in spite of Herbert's politeness of language, increased distrust of the man whom he had found visiting her, he thought it might not be amiss to hint that she could rely on him in case of necessity. "I am afraid I have interrupted a confidential interview," he began, "and I ought perhaps to explain." Mrs. Presty listened absently. Preoccupied by the fear that Herbert would provoke a dangerous disclosure, and by the difficulty of discovering a means of preventing it, she interrupted the captain. "Excuse me for one moment. I have a word to say to this gentleman." Bennydeck immediately drew back, and Mrs. Presty lowered her voice. "If you wish to see Kitty," she resumed, attacking Herbert on his weak side, "it depends entirely on your discretion." "What do you mean by discretion?" "Be careful not to speak of our family troubles, and I promise you shall see Kitty. That is what I mean." Herbert declined to say whether he would be careful or not. He was determined to find out first with what purpose Bennydeck had entered the room. "This gentleman was about to explain himself to you," he said to Mrs. Presty. "Why don't you give him the opportunity?" She had no choice but to submit, in appearance at least. Never had she hated Herbert as she hated him at that moment. The captain went on with his explanation. He had his reasons, he said, for hesitating in the first instance to present himself uninvited, and he accordingly retired. On second thoughts, however, he had returned in the hope, Herbert interposed, of seeing Mrs. Presty's daughter. "That was one of my motives," Bennydeck answered. Is it indiscreet to inquire what the other motive was?" "Not at all. I heard a stranger's voice speaking in a tone which, to say the least of it, is not customary in a lady's room, and I thought—" Herbert interrupted him again. "And you thought your interference might be welcome to the lady. Am I right?" "Quite right." "Am I making another lucky guess if I suppose myself to be speaking to Captain Bennydeck?" "I shall be glad to hear, sir, how you have arrived at the knowledge of my name." "Shall we say, Captain, that I arrived at it by instinct?" His face, as he made that reply, alarmed Mrs. Presty. She cast a look at him, partly of entreaty, partly of warning. No effect was produced by the look. He continued, in a tone of ironical compliment: "You must pay the penalty of being a public character. Your marriage is announced in the newspapers." "I seldom read the newspapers." "Ah, indeed! Perhaps the report is not true. As you don't read the newspapers, allow me to repeat it. You are engaged to marry the beautiful widow, Mrs. Norman. I think I quote those last words correctly." Mrs. Presty suddenly got up. With an inscrutable face that told no tales, she advanced to the door. Herbert's insane jealousy of the man who was about to become Catherine's husband had led him into a serious error. He had driven Catherine's mother to desperation. In that state of mind she recovered her lost audacity as a matter of course. Opening the door, she turned round to the two men with a magnificent impudence of manner which in her happiest moments she had never surpassed. "I'm sorry to interrupt this interesting conversation," she said, "but I have stupidly forgotten one of my domestic duties. You will allow me to return and listen with renewed pleasure when my household business is off my mind. I shall hope to find you both more polite to each other than ever when I come back." She was in such a frenzy of suppressed rage that she actually kissed her hand to them as she left the room. Bennydeck looked after her, convinced that some sinister purpose was concealed under Mrs. Presty's false excuses, and wholly unable to imagine what that purpose might be. Herbert still persisted in trying to force a quarrel on the captain. "As I remarked just now," he proceeded, "newspaper reports are not always to be trusted. Do you seriously mean, my dear sir, to marry Mrs. Norman?" "I look forward to that honor and that happiness, but I am at a loss to know how it interests you." "In that case, allow me to enlighten you. My name is Herbert Linley." He had held his name in reserve, feeling certain of the effect which he would produce when he pronounced it. The result took him completely by surprise. Not the slightest appearance of agitation showed itself in Bennydeck's manner. On the contrary, he looked as if there was something that interested him in the discovery of the name. "You are probably related to a friend of mine," he said quietly. "Who is your friend?" "Mr. Randall Linley." Herbert was entirely unprepared for this discovery. Once more the captain had got the best of it. "Are you and Randall Linley intimate friends?" he inquired, as soon as he had recovered himself. "Most intimate." "It's strange that he should never have mentioned me on any occasion when you and he were together." It does indeed seem strange." Herbert paused. His brother's keen sense of the disgrace that he had inflicted on the family recurred to his memory. He began to understand Randal's otherwise unaccountable silence. "Are you nearly related to Mr. Randal Linley?" the captain asked. "I am his elder brother." Ignorant on his part of the family disgrace, Bennydeck heard that reply with amazement. From his point of view, it was impossible to account for Randal's silence. "Will you think me very inquisitive," Herbert resumed, "if I ask whether my brother approves of your marriage?" There was a change in his tone as he put that question which warned Bennydeck to be on his guard. "I have not yet consulted my friend's opinion," he answered shortly. Herbert threw off the mask. "In the meantime, you shall have my opinion," he said. "Your marriage is a crime, and I mean to prevent it." The captain left his chair, and sternly faced the man who had spoken those insolent words. "Are you mad?" he asked. Herbert was on the point of declaring himself to have been Catherine's husband until the law dissolved their marriage, when a waiter came in, and approached him with a message. "You are wanted immediately, sir." "Who wants me?" "A person outside, sir. It's a serious matter. There's not a moment to lose." Herbert turned to the captain. "I must have your promise to wait for me," he said, "or I don't leave the room." "Make your mind easy. I shall not stir from this place till you have explained yourself," was the firm reply. The servant led the way out. He crossed the passage and opened the door of a waiting room. Herbert passed in, and found himself face to face with his divorced wife. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 50. Forgiveness to the injured does belong. Without one word of explanation, Catherine stepped up to him and spoke first. "Answer me this," she said. "Have you told Captain Bennydeck who I am?" "Not yet." The shortest possible reply was the only reply that he could make in the moment when he first looked at her. She was not the same woman whom he had last seen at Sandyseal, returning for her lost book. The agitation produced by that unexpected meeting had turned her pale. The overpowering sense of injury had hardened and aged her face. This time she was prepared to see him. This time she was conscious of a resolution that raised her in her own estimation. Her clear blue eyes glittered as she looked at him. The bright colour glowed in her cheeks. He was literally dazzled by her beauty. "In the past time, which we both remember," she resumed, "you once said that I was the most truthful woman you had ever known. Have I done anything to disturb that part of your old faith in me?" "Nothing." She went on. "Before you entered this house I had determined to tell Captain Bennydeck what you have not told him yet. When I say that, do you believe me?" If he had been able to look away from her, he might have foreseen what was coming, and he would have remembered that his triumph over the captain was still incomplete. But his eyes were riveted on her face. His tenderest memories of her were pleading with him. He answered as a docile child might have answered. "I do believe you." She took a letter from her bosom, and showing it, begged him to remark that it was not closed. "I was in my bedroom writing," she said, "when my mother came to me and told me that you and Captain Bennydeck had met in my sitting room. She dreaded a quarrel and an exposure, and she urged me to go downstairs and insist on sending you away, or permit her to do so if I could not prevail on myself to follow her advice. I refused to allow the shameful dismissal of a man who had once had his claim on my respect. The only alternative that I could see was to speak with you here, in private, as we are speaking now. My mother undertook to manage this for me. She saw the servant, and gave him the message which you received. Where is Captain Bennydeck now?" "He is waiting in the sitting room." "Waiting for you?" "Yes." She considered a little before she said her next words. "I have brought with me what I was writing in my room," she resumed, "wishing to show it to you. Will you read it?" She offered the letter to him. He hesitated. "Is it addressed to me?" he asked. "It is addressed to Captain Bennydeck," she answered. The jealousy that still rankled in his mind, jealousy that he had no more lawful or reasonable claim to feel than if he had been a stranger, urged him to assume an indifference which he was far from feeling. He begged that Catherine would accept his excuses. She refused to excuse him. "Before you decide," she said, "you ought at least to know why I have written to Captain Bennydeck, instead of speaking to him as I had proposed. My heart failed me when I thought of the distress that he might feel, and perhaps of the contempt of myself, which, good and gentle as he is, he might not be able to disguise. My letter tells him the truth without concealment. I am obliged to speak of the manner in which you have treated me, and of the circumstances which forced me into acts of deception that I now bitterly regret. I have tried not to misrepresent you. I have been anxious to do you no wrong. It is for you, not for me, to say if I have succeeded. Once more, will you read my letter?" The sad self-possession, the quiet dignity with which she spoke, appealed to his memory of the pardon that she had so generously granted while he and Sydney Westerfield were still guiltless of the injury inflicted on her at a later time. Silently he took the letter from her and read it. She kept her face turned away from him and from the light. The effort to be still calm and reasonable, to suffer the heartache and not let the suffering be seen, made cruel demands on the self-betraying nature of a woman possessed by strong emotion. There was a moment when she heard him sigh while he was reading. She looked round at him, and instantly looked away again. He rose and approached her. He held out the letter in one hand and pointed to it with the other. Twice he attempted to speak. Twice the influence of the letter unmanned him. It was a hard struggle, but it was for her sake he mastered his weakness, and forced his trembling voice to submit to his will. "Is the man whom you are going to marry worthy of this?" he asked, still pointing to the letter. She answered firmly, "More than worthy of it." "Marry him, Catherine, and forget me." The great heart that he had so sorely wounded pitied him, forgave him, answered him with a burst of tears. She held out one imploring hand. His lips touched it. He was gone. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 51. Dum Spiro Spero. Brisk and smiling, Mrs. Presty presented herself in the waiting room. "We have got rid of our enemy," she announced. "I looked out of the window and saw him leaving the hotel." She paused, struck with the deep dejection expressed in her daughter's attitude. "Catherine," she exclaimed, "I tell you Herbert has gone, and you look as if you regretted it. Is there anything wrong? Did my message fail to bring him here?" "No." "He was bent on mischief when I saw him last. Has he told Bennydeck of the divorce?" "No." "Thank heaven for that. There is no one to be afraid of now. Where is the captain?" "He is still in the sitting room." "Why don't you go to him?" "I daren't." "Shall I go?" "Yes, and give him this." Mrs. Presty took the letter. "You mean tear it up," she said, "and quite right too." "No, I mean what I say." "My dear child, if you have any regard for yourself, if you have any regard for me, don't ask me to give Bennydeck this mad letter." "You won't hear reason? You still insist on it?" "I do." "If Kitty ever behaves to you, Catherine, as you have behaved to me, you will have richly deserved it. Oh, if you were only a child again, I'd beat it out of you, I would." With that outburst of temper, she took the letter to Bennydeck. In less than a minute she returned, a tamed woman. "He frightens me," she said. "Is he angry?" "No, and that is the worst of it. When men are angry, I'm never afraid of them. He's quiet, too quiet. He said, 'I'm waiting for Mr. Herbert Linley. Where is he?' I said, 'He has left the hotel.' He said, 'What does that mean?' I handed the letter to him. 'Perhaps this will explain,' I said. He looked at the address, and at once recognized your handwriting. 'Why does she write to me when we are both in the same house? Why doesn't she speak to me?' I pointed to the letter. He wouldn't look at it. He looked straight at me. 'There's some mystery here,' he said. 'I'm a plain man. I don't like mysteries. Mr. Linley had something to say to me when the message interrupted him. Who sent the message, do you know?' If there is a woman living, Catherine, who would have told the truth, in such a position as mine was at that moment, I should like to have her photograph. I said I didn't know, and I saw he suspected me of deceiving him. Those kind eyes of his, you wouldn't believe it of them, looked me through and through. 'I won't detain you any longer,' he said. I'm not easily daunted, as you know. The relief it was to me to get away from him is not to be told in words. What do you think I heard when I got into the passage? I heard him turn the key of the door. He's locked in, my dear, he's locked in. We are too near him here. Come upstairs. Catherine refused. I ought to be near him, she said hopefully. He may wish to see me. Her mother reminded her that the waiting room was a public room, and might be wanted. "Let's go into the garden," Mrs. Presty proposed. "We can tell the servant, who waits on us, where we may be found." Catherine yielded. Mrs. Presty's excitement found its overflow in talking perpetually. Her daughter had nothing to say, and cared nothing where they went. All outward manifestation of life in her seemed to be suspended at that terrible time of expectation. They wandered here and there, in the quietest part of the grounds. Half an hour passed, and no message was received. The hotel clock struck the hour, and still nothing happened. "I can walk no longer," Catherine said. She dropped in one of the garden chairs, holding by her mother's hand. "Go to him, for God's sake," she entreated. "I can endure it no longer." Mrs. Presty, even bold Mrs. Presty, was afraid to face him again. "He's fond of the child," she suggested. "Let's send Kitty." Some little girls were at play close by, who knew where Kitty was to be found. In a few minutes more they brought her back with them. Mrs. Presty gave the child her instructions, and sent her away, proud of her errand, and delighted at the prospect of visiting the captain by herself, as if she was a grown-up lady. This time the period of suspense was soon at an end. Kitty came running back. "It's lucky you sent me," she declared. "He wouldn't have opened the door to anybody else. He said so himself." "Did you knock softly, as I told you?" Mrs. Presty asked. "No, grandmamma, I forgot that. I tried to open the door. He called out not to disturb him. I said, 'It's only me,' and he opened the door directly. What makes him look so pale, mamma? Is he ill?" "Perhaps he feels the heat," Mrs. Presty suggested judiciously. "He said, 'Dear little Kitty,' and he caught me up in his arms and kissed me. When he sat down again he took me on his knee, and he asked if I was fond of him, and I said, 'Yes, I am.' And he kissed me again, and he asked if I had come to stay with him and keep him company. I forgot what you wanted me to say," Kitty acknowledged, addressing Mrs. Presty. "So I made it up out of my own head." "What did you tell him?" "I told him mamma was as fond of him as I was, and I said, 'We will both keep you company.' He put me down on the floor, and he got up and went to the window and looked out. I told him that wasn't the way to find her, and I said, 'I know where she is. I'll go and fetch her.' He's an obstinate man, our nice captain. He wouldn't come away from the window. I said, 'You wish to see mamma, don't you?' And he said, 'Yes.' 'You mustn't lock the door again,' I told him. 'She won't like that.' And what do you think he said? He said, 'Good bye, Kitty.' Wasn't it funny? He didn't seem to know what he was talking about. If you ask my opinion, mamma, I think the sooner you go to him the better." Catherine hesitated. Mrs. Presty on one side, and Kitty on the other, led her between them into the house. CHAPTER 52. Chapter 52 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 52. L'homme propose et Dieu dispose. Captain Bennydeck met Catherine and her child at the open door of the room. Mrs. Presty, stopping a few paces behind them, waited in the passage, eager to see what the captain's face might tell her. It told her nothing. But Catherine saw a change in him. There was something in his manner unnaturally passive and subdued. It suggested the idea of a man whose mind had been forced into an effort of self-control which had exhausted its power, and had allowed the signs of depression and fatigue to find their way to the surface. The captain was quiet. The captain was kind. Neither by word nor look did he warn Catherine that the continuity of their intimacy was in danger of being broken. And yet her spirits sank when they met at the open door. He led her to a chair, and said she had come to him at a time when he especially wished to speak with her. Kitty asked if she might remain with them. He put his hand caressingly on her head. "No, my dear, not now." The child eyed him for a moment, conscious of something which she had never noticed in him before, and puzzled by the discovery. She walked back, cowed and silent, to the door. He followed her and spoke to Mrs. Presty. "Take your grandchild into the garden. We will join you there in a little while. Good-bye for the present, Kitty." Kitty said good-bye mechanically, like a dull child repeating a lesson. Her grandmother led her away in silence. Bennydeck closed the door and seated himself by Catherine. "I thank you for your letter," he said. "If such a thing is possible, it has given me a higher opinion of you than any opinion that I have held yet." She looked at him with a feeling of surprise so sudden and so overwhelming that she was at a loss how to reply. The last words which she expected to hear from him when he alluded to her confession were the words that had just passed his lips. "You have owned to faults that you have committed, and deceptions that you have sanctioned," he went on, "with nothing to gain and everything to lose by telling the truth. Who but a good woman would have done that?" There was a deeper feeling in him than he had ventured to express. It betrayed itself by a momentary trembling in his voice. Catherine drew a little closer to him. "You don't know how you surprise me, how you relieve me," she said warmly, and pressed his hand. In the eagerness of her gratitude, in the gladness that had revived her sinking heart, she failed to feel that the pressure was not returned. "What have I said to surprise you?" he asked. "What anxiety have I relieved without knowing it?" "I was afraid you would despise me." "Why should I despise you?" "Have I not gained your good opinion under false pretenses? Have I not allowed you to admire me and to love me, without telling you that there was anything in my past life which I have reason to regret? Even now I can hardly realize that you excuse and forgive me. You, who have read the confession of my worst faults, you, who know the shocking inconsistencies of my character." "Say at once," he answered, "that I know you to be a mortal creature. Is there any human character, even the noblest, that is always consistently good?" "One reads of them sometimes," she suggested, "in books." "Yes," he said, "in the worst books you could possibly read, the only really immoral books written in our time." "Why are they immoral?" for this plain reason, that they deliberately pervert the truth. Claptrap, you innocent creature, to catch foolish readers! When do these consistently good people appear in the life around us, the life that we all see? Never. Are the best mortals that ever lived above the reach of temptation to do ill, and are they always too good to yield to it? How does the Lord's Prayer instruct humanity? It commands us all, without exception, to pray that we may not be led into temptation. You have been led into temptation. In other words, you are a human being. All that a human being could do, you have done. You have repented and confessed. Don't I know how you have suffered and how you have been tried? Why, what a mean Pharisee I should be if I presumed to despise you. She looked at him proudly and gratefully. She lifted her arm as if to thank him by an embrace, and suddenly let it drop again at her side. "Am I tormenting myself without cause?" she said. "Or is there something that looks like sorrow showing itself to me in your face?" "You see the bitterest sorrow that I have felt in all my sad life." "Is it sorrow for me?" "No, sorrow for myself." "Has it come to you through me? Is it my fault?" "It is more your misfortune than your fault." "Then you can feel for me?" "I can and do." He had not yet set her at ease. "I'm afraid your sympathy stops somewhere," she said. "Where does it stop?" For the first time he shrank from directly answering her. "I begin to wish I had followed your example," he owned. "It might have been better for both of us if I had answered your letter in writing." "Tell me plainly," she cried. "Is there something you can't forgive?" "There is something I can't forget." "What is it? Oh, what is it? When my mother told poor little Kitty that her father was dead, are you even more sorry than I am that I allowed it? Are you even more ashamed of me than I am of myself?" "No. I regret that you allowed it, but I understand how you were led into that error. Your husband's infidelity had shaken his hold on your respect for him and your sympathy with him, and so left you without your natural safeguard against Mrs. Presty's sophisticated reasoning and bad example. But for that wrongdoing there is a remedy left. Enlighten your child as you have enlightened me, and then I have no personal motive for pleading Mr. Herbert Linley's cause after what I have seen of him, and then acknowledge the father's claim on the child." "Do you mean his claim to see her?" "What else can I mean? Yes, let him see her. Do, God help me, now when it's too late, do what you ought to have done on that accursed day, which will be the blackest day in my calendar to the end of my life." "What day do you mean?" "The day when you remembered the law of man and forgot the law of God. The day when you broke the marriage tie, the sacred tie, by a divorce." She listened, not conscious now of suspense or fear. She listened with her whole heart in revolt against him. "You are too cruel," she declared. "You can feel for me, you can understand me, you can pardon me in everything else that I have done, but you judge without mercy of the one blameless act of my life since my husband left me, the act that protected a mother in the exercise of her rights. Oh, can it be you? Can it be you?" "It can be," he said, sighing bitterly, "and it is." "What horrible delusion possesses you? Why do you curse the happy day, the blessed day, which saw me safe in the possession of my child?" "For the worst and meanest of reasons," he answered, "a selfish reason. Don't suppose that I have spoken of divorce as one who has had occasion to think of it. I have had no occasion to think of it. I don't think of it even now. I abhor it because it stands between you and me. I loathe it, I curse it, because it separates us for life." "Separates us for life? How?" "Can you ask me?" "Yes, I do ask you." He looked round him. A society of religious persons had visited the hotel, and had obtained permission to place a copy of the Bible in every room. One of those copies lay on the chimney-piece in Catherine's room. Bennydeck brought it to her, and placed it on the table near which she was sitting. He turned to the New Testament, and opened it at the Gospel of St. Matthew. With his hand on the page, he said, "I have done my best rightly to understand the duties of a Christian. One of those duties, as I interpret them, is to let what I believe show itself in what I do. You have seen enough of me, I hope, to know, though I have not been forward in speaking of it, that I am, to the best of my poor ability, a faithful follower of the teachings of Christ. I dare not set my own interests and my own happiness above his laws. If I suffer in obeying them, as I suffer now, I must still submit. They are the laws of my life." "Is it through me that you suffer?" "It is through you." "Will you tell me how?" He had already found the chapter. His tears dropped on it as he pointed to the verse. "Read," he answered, "what the most compassionate of all teachers has said in the Sermon on the Mount." She read, "Whosoever shall marry her that is divorced committeth adultery." Another innocent woman, in her place, might have pointed to that first part of the verse, which presupposes the infidelity of the divorced wife, and might have asked if those words applied to her. This woman, knowing that she had lost him, knew also what she owed to herself. She rose in silence, and held out her hand in parting. He paused before he took her hand. "Can you forgive me?" he asked. She said, "I can pity you." "Can you look back to the day of your marriage? Can you remember the words which declared the union between you and your husband to be separable only by death? Has he treated you with brutal cruelty? Never. Has he repented of his sin? Yes. Ask your own conscience if there is not a worthier life for you and your child than the life that you are leading now." He waited after that appeal to her. The silence remained unbroken. "Do not mistake me," he resumed gently. "I am not thinking of the calamity that has fallen on me in a spirit of selfish despair. I am looking to your future, and I am trying to show you the way which leads to hope. Catherine, have you no word more to say to me?" In faint trembling tones she answered him at last. "You have left me but one word to say. farewell." He drew her to him gently, and kissed her on the forehead. The agony in his face was more than she could support. She recoiled from it in horror. His last act was devoted to the tranquillity of the one woman whom he had loved. He signed to her to leave him. End of chapter 52.
Chapter 53 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Renate. The Evil Genius by Wilkie. Chapter 53. The largest nature, the longest love. Mrs. Presty waited in the garden to be joined by her daughter and Captain Bennydeck, and waited in vain. It was past her grandchild's bedtime. She decided on returning to the house. "Suppose we look for them in the sitting-room," Kitty proposed. "Suppose we wait a moment before we go in," her wise grandmother advised. "If I hear them talking, I shall take you upstairs to bed." "Why?" Mrs. Presty forwarded Kitty with a hint relating to the management of inquisitive children, which might prove useful to her in after life. "When you grow up to be a woman, my dear, beware of making the mistake that I have just committed. Never be foolish enough to mention your reasons when a child asks why." "Was that how they treated you, Grandmamma, when you were a child yourself?" "Of course it was." "Why?" They had reached the sitting-room door by this time. Kitty opened it without ceremony and looked in. The room was empty. Having confided her granddaughters to the nursemaid's care, Mrs. Presty knocked at Catherine's bedroom door. "May I come in?" "Come in directly. Where is Kitty?" "Susan is putting her to bed." "Stop it. Kitty mustn't go to bed. No questions. I explain myself when you come back." There was a wildness in her eyes, and a tone of stern command in her voice, which warned her mother to set dignity aside and submit. "I don't ask what has happened," Mrs. Presty resumed on her return. "That letter, that fatal letter to the captain, has justified my worst fears. What in heaven's name are we to do now?" "We are to leave this hotel," was the instant reply. "When?" "Tonight." "Catherine, do you know what time it is?" "Time enough to catch the last train to London. Don't raise objections. If I stay at this place, with associations in every part of it which remind me of that unhappy man, I shall go mad. The shock I have suffered, the misery, the humiliation, I tell you it's more than I can bear. Stay here by yourself if you like. I mean to go." She paced with frantic rapidity up and down the room. Mrs. Presty took the only way by which it was possible to calm her. "Compose yourself, Catherine, and all that you wish shall be done. I settle everything with the landlord, and give the maid her orders. Sit down by the open window. Let the wind blow over you. The railway service from Sydenham to London is a late service. At a few minutes before midnight they were in time for the last train. When they left the station, Catherine has calmed enough to communicate her plans for the future. The nearest hotel to the terminus would offer them accommodation for that night. On the next day they could find some quiet place in the country. No matter where, so long as they were not disturbed. "Give me rest and peace, and my mind will be easier," Catherine said. "Let nobody know where to find me." These conditions were strictly observed, with an exception in favor of Mr. Saracen. While his client's pecuniary affairs were still unsettled, the lawyer had his claim to be taken into her confidence. The next morning found Captain Bennydeck still keeping his room at Sydenham. The state of his mind presented a complete contrast to the state of Catherine's mind. So far from sharing her aversion to the personal associations which were connected with the hotel, he found his one consolation in visiting the scenes which reminded him of the beloved woman whom he had lost. The reason for this was not far to seek. His was the largest nature, and his had been the most devoted love. As usual, his letters were forwarded to him from his place of residence in London. Those addressed in handwritings that he knew were the first that he read. The others he took out with him to that sequestered part of the garden in which he had passed the happiest hours of his life by Catherine's side. He had been thinking of her all the morning. He was thinking of her now. His better judgment protested. His accusing conscience warned him that he was committing not only an act of folly, but, with his religious convictions, an act of sin. And still she held her place in his thoughts. The manager had told him of her sudden departure from the hotel, and he had declared with perfect truth that the place of her destination had not been communicated to him. Asked if she had left no directions relating to her correspondence, he had replied that his instructions were to forward all letters to her lawyer. On the point of inquiring next for the name and address, Bennydeck's sense of duty and sense of shame, roused at last, filled him with a timely contempt for himself. And feeling tempted to write to Catherine, in encouraging fond thoughts of her among scenes which kept her in his memory, he had been false to the very principles to which he had appealed at their farewell interview. She had set him the right example, the example which he has determined to follow, in leaving the place. Before he could falter in his resolution, he gave notice of his departure. The one hope for him now was to find a refuge from himself in acts of mercy. Consolation was perhaps waiting for him in his home. His unopened correspondence offered a harmless occupation to his thoughts. In the meanwhile, one after another he read the letters, with an attention constantly wandering and constantly recalled, until he opened the last of them that remained. In a moment more his interest was absorbed. The first sentences in the letter told him that the deserted creature whom he had met in the garden, the stranger to whom he had offered help and consolation in the present and in the future, was no other than the lost girl of whom he had been so long in search, the daughter of Roderick Westerfield, once his dearest and oldest friend. In the pages that followed, the writer confided to him her sad story, leaving it to her father's friend to decide whether she was worthy of the sympathy which he had offered to her, when he thought she was a stranger. This part of her letter was necessarily a repetition of what Bennydeck had read, in the confession which Catherine had addressed to him. That generous woman had been guilty of one, and but one, concealment of the truth. In relating the circumstances under which the elopement from Mount Morven had taken place, she had abstained, in justice to the sincerity of Sydney's repentance, from mentioning Sydney's name. Another instance, the captain thought bitterly as he closed the letter, of the virtues which might have made the happiness of my life. But he was bound to remember, and he did remember, that there was now a new interest, tenderly associating itself with his life to come. The one best way of telling Sydney how dear she was to him already, for her father's sake, would be to answer her in person. He hurried away to London by the first train, and drove at once to Randal's place of abode to ask for Sydney's address. Wondering what had become of the postscript to his letter, which had given Bennydeck the information of which he was now in search, Randal complied with his friend's request, and then ventured to allude to the report of the captain's marriage engagement. "Am I to congratulate you?" he asked. "Congratulate me on having discovered Roderick Westerfield's daughter?" That reply, and the tone in which it was given, led Randal to ask if the engagement had been prematurely announced. "There is no engagement at all," Bennydeck answered, with a look which suggested that it might be wise not to dwell on the subject. But the discovery was welcome to Randal, for his brother's sake. He ran the risk of consequences, and inquired if Catherine was still to be found at the hotel. The captain answered by a sign in the negative. Randal persisted. "Do you know where she has gone?" "Nobody knows but her lawyer." "In that case," Randal concluded, "I shall get the information that I want." Noticing that Bennydeck looked surprised, he mentioned his motive. "Herbert is pinning to see Kitty," he continued, "and I mean to help him. He has done all that a man could do to atone for the past. As things are, I believe I shall not offend Catherine if I arrange for a meeting between father and child. What do you say?" Bennydeck answered, earnestly and eagerly, "Do it at once." They left the house together, one to go to Sydney's lodgings, the other on his way to Mr. Sarrazin's office. End of chapter 53. Recording by Renata.
Chapter 54 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 54. Let bygones be bygones. When the servant at the lodgings announced a visitor, and mentioned his name, Sydney's memory, instead of dwelling on the recollection of the captain's kindness, perversely recalled the last letter she had addressed to him, and reminded her that she stood in the need of indulgence, which even so good a man might hesitate to grant. Bennydeck's first words told the friendless girl that her fears had wronged him. "My dear, how like your father you are! You have his eyes, and his smile. I can't tell you how pleasantly you remind me of my dear old friend." He took her hand, and kissed her as he might have kissed a daughter of his own. "Do you remember me at home, Sydney, when you were a child? No, you must have been too young for that." She was deeply touched. In a faint, trembling tones, she said, "I remember your name. My father often spoke of you." A man who feels true sympathy is never in danger of mistaking his way to a woman's heart when that woman has suffered. Bennydeck consoled, interested, charmed Sydney by still speaking of the bygone days at home. "I well remember how fond your father was of you, and what a bright little girl you were," the captain went on. "You have forgotten, I dare say, the old-fashioned sea-songs that he used to be so fond of teaching you. It was the strangest and prettiest contrast to hear your small piping child's voice singing of storms and shipwrecks, and thunder and lightning, and reefing sails in the cold and darkness, without the least idea of what it all meant. Your mother was strict in those days. You never amused her as you used to amuse your father and me. When she caught you searching my pockets for sweetmeats, she accused me of destroying your digestion before you were 5 years old. I went on spoiling it, for all that. The last time I saw you, my child, Your father was singing the Mariners of England, and you were on his knee trying to sing with him. You must have often wondered why you never saw anything more of me. Did you think I had forgotten you? I am quite sure I have never thought that. You see, I was in the Navy at that time, the captain resumed. We were ordered away to a foreign station. When I got back to England, miserable news was waiting for me. I heard of your father's death and of that shameful trial. Poor fellow! He was as innocent, Sydney, as you are of the offence which he was accused of committing. The first thing I did was to set enquiries on foot after your mother and her children. It was some consolation to me to feel that I was rich enough to make your lives easy and agreeable to you. I thought money could do anything. A serious mistake, my dear. Money couldn't find the widow and her children. We supposed you were somewhere in London, and there, to my great grief, it ended. From time to time, long afterward, when we thought we had got the clue in our hands, I continued my enquiries, still without success. A poor woman and a little family are easily engulfed in the big city. Years passed, more of them than I like to reckon up, before I heard of you at last by name. The person from whom I got my information told me how you were employed, and where. Oh, Captain Bennydeck, who could the person have been? A poor old broken-down actor, Sydney. You were his favourite pupil. Do you remember him? I should be ungrateful indeed if I could forget him. He was the only man in the school who was kind to me. Is the good old man still living? No, he rests at last. I am glad to say I was able to make his last days on earth the happiest days of his life. I wonder, Sydney confessed, how you met with him. There was nothing at all romantic in my first discovery of him. I was reading the police reports in a newspaper. The poor wretch was brought before the magistrate, charged with breaking a window. His one last chance of escaping starvation in the streets was to get sent to the prison. The magistrate questioned him and brought to light a really heart-breaking account of misfortune, embittered by neglect on the part of the people in authority who were bound to help him. He was remanded, so that enquiries might be made. I attended the court on the day when he appeared there again, and heard his statement confirmed. I paid his fine, and contrived to put him in a way of earning a little money. He was very grateful, and came now and then to thank me. In that way I heard how his troubles had begun. He had asked for a small advance on the wretched wages that he received. Can you guess how the schoolmistress answered him? I know but too well how she answered him. Sydney said, I was turned out of the house, too. And I heard of it, the captain replied, from the woman herself. Everything that could distress me she was ready to mention. She told me of your mother's second marriage, of her miserable death, of the poor boy, your brother, missing, and never heard of since. But when I asked where you had gone, she had nothing more to say. She knew nothing, and cared nothing, about you. If I had not become acquainted with Mr. Randall Linley, I might never have heard of you again. We will say no more of that, and no more of anything that has happened in the past time. From today, my dear, we begin a new life, and, please God, a happier life. Have you any plans of your own for the future? Perhaps, if I could find help, Sydney said resignedly, I might emigrate. Pride wouldn't stand in my way. No honest employment would be beneath my notice. Besides, if I went to America, I might meet with my brother. My dear child, after the time that has passed, there is no imaginable chance of you meeting with your brother, and you wouldn't know each other again if you did meet. Give up that vain hope and stay here with me. Be useful and be happy in your own country. Useful? Sydney repeated, sadly. Your kind heart, Captain Bennydeck, is deceiving you. To be useful means, I suppose, to help others. Who will accept help from me? I will, for one, the captain answered. You? Yes, you can be of the greatest use to me. You shall hear how. He told her of the founding of his home, and of the good it had done. You are the very person, he resumed, to be the good sister friend I want for my poor girls. You can say for them what they cannot always say to me for themselves. The tears rose in Sydney's eyes. "It's hard to see such a prospect as that," she said, "and to give it up as soon as it is seen." "Why give it up?" "Because I am not fit for it. You are as good as a father to those lost daughters of yours. If you give them a sister friend, she ought to have set them a good example. Have I done that? Will they listen to a girl who is no better than themselves?" "Gladly. Your sympathy will find its way to their hearts, because it is animated by something that they can all feel in common, something nearer and dearer to them than a sense of duty. You won't consent, Sydney, for their sakes? Will you do what I ask for you, for my sake?" She looked at him, hardly able to understand, or, as it might have been, perhaps afraid to understand him. He spoke to her more plainly. "I have kept it concealed from you," he continued, "for why should I lay my load of suffering on a friend so young as you are, so cruelly tried already? Let me only say that I am in great distress. If you were with me, my child, I might be better able to bear it." He held out his hand. Even a happy woman could hardly have found it in her heart to resist him. In silent sympathy and respect, Sydney kissed the hand that he had offered to her. It was the one way in which she could trust herself to answer him. Still encouraging her to see new hopes and new interests in the future, the good captain spoke of the share which she might take in the management of the home, if she would like to be his secretary. With this view he showed her some of the written reports relating to the institution, which had been sent to him during the time of his residence at Sydenham. She read them with an interest and attention which amply justified his confidence in her capacity. "These reports," he explained to her, "are kept of reference, but as a means of saving time. The substance of them is entered in the daily journal of our proceedings. Come, Sydney, venture on a first experiment in your new character. I see pen, ink, and paper on the table. Try if you can shorten one of the reports, without leaving out anything which is important to know. For instance, the writer gives reasons for making his statement. Very well expressed, no doubt, but we don't want reasons. Then, again, he offers his own opinion on the right course to take. Very creditable to him, but I don't want his opinion, I want his facts. Take the pen, my secretary, and set down his facts. Never mind his reflections." Proud and pleased, Sydney obeyed him. She made a little abstract, and was reading it to him at his request, while he compared it with the report, when they were interrupted by a visitor. Randall Linley came in, and noticed the papers on the table with a surprise. "Is it possible that I am interrupting business?" he asked. Bennydeck answered with an assumed air of importance which was in itself a compliment to Sydney. "You find me engaged on the business of the house with my new secretary." Randall at once understood what had happened. He took his friend's arm and led him to the other end of the room. "You good fellow," he said, "add to your kindness my excusing me if I ask for a word with you in private." Sydney rose to retire. After having encouraged her by a word of praise, the captain proposed that she should get ready to go out, and should accompany him on a visit to the home. He opened the door for her as respectfully as if the poor girl had been one of the highest ladies in the land. "I have seen my friend Sarrazin," Randall began, "and I have persuaded him to trust me with Catherine's present address. I can send Herbert there immediately, if you will only help me." "How can I help you?" "Will you allow me to tell my brother that your engagement is broken off?" Bennydeck shrank from the painful allusion, and showed it. Randall explained. "I am grieved," he said, "to distress you by referring to this subject again. But if my brother is left under the false impression that your engagement will be followed by your marriage, he will refuse to intrude himself on the lady who was once his wife." The captain understood. "Say what you please about me," he replied. "Unite the father and the child, and you may reconcile the husband and wife." "Have you forgotten," Randall asked, "that the marriage has been dissolved?" Bennydeck's answer ignored the law. "I remember," he said, "that the marriage has been profaned." End of chapter 54. Read by Lambda.
Chapter 65 of The Evil Genius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tech Savvy. The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins. Chapter 65. Leave it to the child. The front windows of Brightwater Cottage look out on a quiet green lane in Middlesex, which joins the high road within a few miles of the market town of Uxbridge. Through the pretty garden at the back runs a little brook, winding its merry way to a distant river. The few rooms in this pleasant place of residence are well furnished, having regard to the limits of a building which is a cottage in the strictest sense of the word. Water-color drawings by the old English masters of the art ornament the dining room. The parlor has been transformed into a library. From floor to ceiling all four of its walls are covered with books. Their old and well-chosen buildings, seen in the mass, present nothing less than a feast of color to the eye. The library and the works of art are described as heirlooms, which have passed into the possession of the present proprietor, one more among the hundreds of Englishmen who are ruined every year by betting on the turf. So sorely in need of a little ready money was this victim of gambling, tacitly permitted or conveniently ignored by the audacious hypocrisy of a country which rejoiced in the extinction of Baden, and which still shudders at the name of Monaco, that he was ready to let his pretty cottage for no longer a term than 1 month certain, and he even allowed the elderly lady who drove the hardest part of hard bargains with him to lessen by 1 guinea the house rent paid for each week. He took his revenge by means of an ironical compliment, addressed to Mrs. Presty. "What a saving it would be to the country, ma'am, if you were Chancellor of the Exchequer." With perfect gravity Mrs. Presty accepted that well-earned tribute of praise. "You're quite right, sir. I should be the first official person known to the history of England who took proper care of the public money." Within 2 days of the time when they had left the hotel at Sydenham, Catherine and her little family circle had taken possession of the cottage. The two ladies were sitting in the library, each occupied with a book chosen from the well-stocked shelves. Catherine's reading appeared to be more than once interrupted by Catherine's thoughts. Noticing this circumstance, Mrs. Presty asked if some remarkable event had happened, and if it was weighing heavily on her daughter's mind. Catherine answered that she was thinking of Kitty, and that anxiety connected with the child did weigh heavily on her mind. Some days had passed since the interview at which Herbert Linley had bidden her farewell. On that occasion he had referred to her proposed marriage in terms of forbearance and generosity which claimed her sincerest admiration. It might be possible for her to show a grateful appreciation of his conduct. Devotedly fond of his little daughter, he must have felt acutely his long separation from her, and it was quite likely that he might ask to see Kitty. But there was an obstacle in the way of her willing compliance with that request, which it was impossible to think of without remorse, and which it was imperatively necessary to remove. Mrs. Presty would understand that she alluded to the shameful falsehood which had led the child to suppose that her father was dead. Strongly disapproving of the language in which her daughter had done justice to the conduct of the divorced husband, Mrs. Presty merely replied, "You are Kitty's mother. I leave it to you," and returned to her reading. Catherine could not feel that she had deserved such an answer as this. "Did I plan the deception?" she asked. "Did I tell the lie?" Mrs. Presty was not in the least offended. "You are comparatively innocent, my dear," she admitted, with an air of satirical indulgence. "You only consented to the deception, and profited by the lie. Suppose we own the truth. You are afraid." Catherine owned the truth in the plainest terms. "Yes, I am afraid." "And you leave it to me?" "I leave it to you." Mrs. Presty complacently closed her book. "I was quite prepared to hear it," she said. "All the unpleasant complications since your divorce, and heaven only knows how many of them have presented themselves, have been left for me to unravel. It so happens, though I was too modest to mention it prematurely, that I have unravelled this complication. If one only has eyes to see it, there is a way out of every difficulty that can possibly happen." She pushed the book that she had been reading across the table to Catherine. "Turn to page 240," she said. "There is a way out." The title of the book was Disasters at Sea, and the page contained the narrative of a shipwreck. On evidence apparently irresistible, the drowning of every soul on board the lost vessel had been taken for granted, when a remnant of the passengers and the crew had been discovered on a desert island, and had been safely restored to their friends. Having read this record of suffering and suspense, Catherine looked at her mother and waited for an explanation. "Don't you see it?" Mrs. Presty asked. "I can't say that I do." The old lady's excellent temper was not in the least ruffled even by this. "Quite inexcusable on my part," she acknowledged. "I ought to have remembered that you didn't inherit your mother's vivid imagination. Age has left me in full possession of those powers of invention which used to amaze your poor father. He wondered how it was that I never wrote a novel. Mr. Presty's appreciation of my intellect was equally sincere, but he took a different view. 'Beware, my dear,' he said, 'of trifling with the distinction which you now enjoy. You're one of the most remarkable women in England. You've never written a novel. Pardon me, I'm wandering into the region of literary anecdote, when I ought to explain myself. Now pray attend to this. I propose to tell Kitty that I have found a book which is sure to interest her, and I shall direct her attention to the lamentable story which you have just read. She is quite sharp enough to ask if the friends of the poor shipwrecked people were not very much surprised to see them again. To this I shall answer, very much, indeed, for their friends thought they were dead. Ah, you dear dull child, you see it now.' Catherine saw it so plainly that she was eager to put the first part of the experiment to an immediate trial. Kitty was sent for, and made her appearance with a fishing-rod over her shoulder. 'I'm going to the brook,' she announced. 'Expect some fish for dinner to-day.' A very old hand stopped Catherine in the act of presenting Disasters at Sea to Kitty's notice, and a voice distinguished by insinuating kindness said to the child, 'When you have done fishing, my dear, come to me. I've got a nice book for you to read.' How very absurd of you, Catherine," Mrs. Presty continued, when they were alone again, "to expect the child to read. If there is any fish in the brook, she won't catch them. When she comes back disappointed and says, 'What am I to do now?' the Disasters at Sea will have a chance. I make it a rule never to boast, but if there is a thing that I understand, it's the management of children. Why didn't I have a large family?" Attended by the faithful Susan, Kitty baited her hook, and began to fish where the waters of the brook were overshadowed by trees. A little arbour, covered by a thatched roof, and having walls of wooden lattice work, hidden by creepers climbing over them inside and out, offered an attractive place of rest on this sheltered side of the garden. Having brought her work with her, the nursemaid retired to the summer house, and diligently plied her needle, looking at Kitty from time to time through the open door. The air was delightfully cool. The pleasant rippling of the brook fell soothingly on the ear. The seat in the summer house received a sitter with the softly yielded submission of elastic wires. Susan had just finished her early dinner, in mind and body alike. This good girl was entirely and deservedly at her ease. By finely succeeding degrees her eyelids began to show a tendency downward. her truant needlework escaped from her fingers and lay lazily on her lap. She snatched it up with a start, and sewed it with severe resolution until her thread was exhausted. The reel was ready at her side. She took it up for fresh supply, and innocently rested her head against the leafy and flowery wall of the arbour. Was it thought that gradually closed her eyes again, or was it sleep? In either case, Susan was lost to all sense of passing events, and Susan's breathing became musically regular, emulous of the musical regularity of the brook. As a lesson in patience, the art of angling pursued in a shallow brook has its moral uses. Kitty fished, and waited, and renewed the bait, and tried again, with a command of temper which would have been a novelty in Susan's experience, if Susan had been awake. But the end which comes to all things came also to Kitty's patience. Leaving her rod on the bank, she set the line and hook take care of themselves, and wandered away in search of some new amusement. Lingering here and there to gather flowers from the beds as she passed them, Kitty was stopped by a shrubbery with a rustic seat placed near it, which marked the limits of the garden on that side. The path that she had been following led her further and further away from the brook, but she still left it well in view. She could see on her right hand the clumsy old wooden bridge which crossed the stream, and served as a means of communication for the servants and the tradespeople, between the cottage and the village on the lower ground a mile away. The child felt hot and tired. She rested herself on the bench, and spreading the flowers by her side, began to arrange them in the form of a nosegay. Still true to her love for Sidney, she had planned to present the nosegay to her mother, offering the gift as an excuse for returning to the forbidden subject of her governess, and for asking when they might hope to see each other again. Choosing flowers and then rejecting them, trying other colours, and wondering whether she had accomplished a change for the better, Kitty was startled by the sound of a voice calling to her from the direction of the brook. She looked around and saw a gentleman crossing the bridge. He asked the way to Brightwater Cottage. There was something in his voice that attracted her. How or why, at her age, she never thought of inquiring. Eager and excited, she ran across the lawn, which lay between her and the brook, before she answered the gentleman's question. As they approached each other, his eyes sparkled, his face flushed. He cried out joyfully, "Here she is!" and then changed again in an instant. A horrid pallor overspread his face as the child stood looking at him with innocent curiosity. He startled Kitty, not because he seemed to be shocked and distressed, she hardly noticed that, but because he was so like, although he was thinner and paler and older, oh, so like her lost father. "This is the cottage, sir," she said faintly. His sorrowful eyes rested kindly on her, and yet it seemed as if she had in some way disappointed him. The child ventured to say, "Do you know me, sir?" He answered in the saddest voice that Kitty had ever heard, "My little girl, what makes you think I know you?" She was at a loss how to reply, fearing to distress him. She could only say, "You're so like my poor papa." He shook and shuddered, as if she had said something to frighten him. He took her hand. On that hot day his fingers felt as cold as if it had been winter time. He led her back to the seat that she had left. "I'm tired, my dear," he said. "Shall we sit down?" It was surely true that he was tired. He seemed hardly able to lift one foot after the other. Kitty pitied him. "I think you must be ill," she said, as they took their places side by side on the bench. "No, not ill, only very, and perhaps a little afraid of frightening you." He kept her hand in his hand, and patted it from time to time. "My dear, why did you say 'poor papa' when you spoke of your father just now?" "My father is dead, sir." He turned his face away from her, and pressed both hands on his breast, as if he had felt some dreadful pain there, and was trying to hide it. But he mastered the pain, and he said a strange thing to her, very gently, but still it was strange. He wished to know who had told her that her father was dead. "Grandmamma told me." Do you remember what grandmamma said? Yes, she told me papa was drowned at sea. He said something to himself, and said it twice over. Not her mother! Thank God, not her mother! What did he mean? Kitty looked and looked at him, and wondered and wondered. He put his arm around her. Come near me, he said. Don't be afraid of me, my dear. She moved nearer and showed him that she was not afraid. The poor man seemed hardly to understand her. His eyes grew dim. He sighed like a person in distress. He said, Your father would have kissed you, little one, if he had been alive. You say I'm like your father. May I kiss you? She put her hands on his shoulders and lifted her face to him. In the instant when he kissed her, the child knew him. Her heart beat suddenly with an overpowering delight. She started back from his embrace. That's how papa used to kiss me, she cried. Oh, your papa, not drowned, not drowned. She flung her arms round his neck and held him as if she would never let him go again. Dear papa, poor lost papa. His tears fell on her face. He sobbed over her. My sweet darling, my own little Kitty. The hysterical passion that had overcome her father filled her with piteous surprise. How strange, how dreadful, that he should cry, that he should be so sorry when she was so glad. She took a little handkerchief out of the pocket of her pinafore and dried his eyes. Are you thinking of the cruel sea, papa? No, the good sea, the kind, bright, beautiful sea that has given you back to me and to mamma. They had forgotten her mother, and Kitty only discovered it now. She caught at one of her father's hands, hanging helpless at his side, and pulled as if with little strength could force him to his feet. Come, she cried, and make mamma as happy as I am. He hesitated. She sprang on his knee. She pressed her cheek against his cheek with the caressing tenderness familiar to him in the first happy days when she was an infant. Oh, papa, are you going to be unkind to me for the first time in your life? His momentary resistance was at an end. He was as weak in her hands now as if he had been the child and she had been the man. Laughing and singing and dancing round him, Kitty led the way to the window of the room that opened on the garden. Someone had closed it on the inner side. She tapped impatiently at the glass. Her mother heard the tapping. Her mother came to the window. Her mother ran out to meet them. Since the miserable time when they left Mount Morven, since the long unnatural separation of the parents and the child, those three were together once more. End of Leave It to the Child. Recording by TechSavvy. www.techsavvy.wordpress.com. End of The Evil Genius by Wilkie Collins.